on Festering Faiths. After saying your farewells to many people in Aylesbury, especially Mayor Olin Richeye, along with Charlie Cinderwater and Payson, you had a good portion of time before you left where you had small statues made of you, obviously larger ones that we put in the center of town in honors of you and your deeds to Aylesbury. After procuring a dwarven keg runner and finding that there was the skipper that had come in with the Dragonborn Paladin on board, that even had paid his respects to Zircon, almost like reputation has preceded him even at this far stretch, had gone to finish bartering with the kobolds on the behest of the rest of you as well. The fact of, keeping the peace as well as trying to make sure the mining agreement goes forward. After setting all of this up, you officially finally got on the keg runner and headed out, even though it seemed on the sketchier side, obviously, being stuck on a smaller skipper didn't seem exactly ideal. After spending a few days out to sea, the weathers had been truly unkind. The seas were rough, people were jesting and jabbing at Zircon as often as they could, as well as, even the captain himself remarking that he must have been extremely drunk to let a dragonborn on board. Other than that, they had kept moving forward. There was other suspicious talk of them going to the further southern lands of Gledport and possibly selling them, but since that you weren't going that far, that idea had passed over, along with the fact of some of the party members coming over and immediately investigating the situation. Only you, Jake. After hearing this and giving them a good hint that such ideals were not wise and that they should immediately give them up, was swiftly dashed, and they had silenced themselves for that time being. After a much more intense storm, the capstone breaking for a brief time, the capstone itself needed to be repaired, along with the mending, along with Zircon's metal bending abilities, was able to lock it in place, make sure that it was repaired and it could continue to press on. With the very heavy weather, you had finally come to meet some of the alpha fish of the Gulf, to which, after they tried leaping on board and even managed to get one of the unfortunate dwarven sailors, but you had managed to kill the others and collect quite a few in their beautiful, soft, kind of iridescent koi fish scales. With the fresh amount of food, you quickly pushed the rest off after collecting what you wanted from them, and started sailing on, where the storm continued more heavily. On one very dark and unfaithful night of the purple moon Zymoon finally arriving in the sky, you had all seen the sea almost fall eerily silent before the storm roiled up once again, and everyone, in a full panic, dashed to underneath the decks and very quickly fell silent. Even these supposed hardened sailors had an immense respect for this purple moon. At that point, you could see why, as from almost seemingly nowhere, a phoenix composed entirely of lightning had flown overhead and then landed on the ship. After landing on the ship itself, a thunderous boom was heard as parts of the Phoenix's feet that was touching the deck started scorching all various portions of the ship of where it had landed, and when it took off, there was an immense thunderclap that followed and rocked the ship. After everyone breathed a sigh of relief and everyone just kind of hunkered down for the rest of the time that Zymon was out, came early morning and you quickly moved on, sailing wise. Come early morning, you noticed, well, Zircon had noticed, along with a few that were in the crow's nest at the time, that there was some wreckage, but also when Zircon had studied around the ship for a brief moment, as she was getting dragged under, he noticed Prilan Yazida. After rescuing her from the situation and realizing that there was no real rope and kind of having to quickly rush and grab everything, returned back up to the deck with a very exhausted Yazida, which she found out her name later, and nursed her back to health. With all those moving forward, she was obviously extremely tired, exhausted, and still recovering at the time, but refuses to take the 30 gold that you've given her now that you're at port and just leave. She at least insists on helping you find the more preferable parts of town, especially here in Creekmont, where obviously, as you've seen it in Zircon, you would be quite familiar with this section of the world. Even though you've traveled by wagon originally, you've heard that in Creekmont, especially with the Vermilion Throne, originally, curiously enough, that people still have a hard time believing, was originally a city that had various slaves but was freed by a red dragon, of all things. Had remained ever vigilant and had continued to watch over the town even into his old age until he had finally passed. Just in brief surmise of the lore that you know, the reason why they still have the massive vermilion statues made of various red ruby or other precious gems that no one else touches is in honor of the red dragon, and you know that even the other red dragon that would sit in the other lesser wards, not even other thieves would dare touch it out of respect of this dragon and the fact that they would dare not disturb his rest, especially out of kindness for someone who is able to even go against the very grain of their own nature, which speaks volumes in itself. So you and your parents had told you that there are rumors that the Lord himself, old as he would be, is possibly passed on, but his remains would be underneath the castle of the Vermilion Throne, and that the two statues there are his last wards, as people have put to rumor. So aside from the occasional guard, ironically, even thieves look out for the statues and make sure that other people are not tampering with them. So there's an immense amount of respect for them, and, well, superstition as well, to say to a degree.
And the cars as well in Creekmont are fast.
You're goddamn
Yeah,
right.
the wagons are pulled by Warforged.
That's just,
Oy.
I have a question.
Yes.
North or South Docks?
What?
Then were we arriving at the North or South Docks?
You would be arriving at the southern dock ward, as that is the most relevantly close. If you were to take the Demon's Farthing, which the dwarfs would straight up refuse, only Dragonborn ships are allowed to take the main river straight inland to the main trade post at the edge of the Grand
We
Farms.
have the Dragonborn.
Ah. We have a one dragon. Two, actually.
What's the name of that thing that you strap to the front of your boat? It's like the maiden.
Oh, the
chain
figurehead.
front.
Literal, the figurehead of a boat.
It's a dragonborn boat. Look.
Yeah, no, you know that even that, they wouldn't. Even with Zircon's, well, radiance, I should say, as they would put it, would not even be permissible to allow a dwarven boat to even get past the Demon's Farthing Gate.
Alright. And my question is, what remains visible, Josh?
So, especially upon arriving, though obviously they seem rather dopey, but they are a far older craft of Warforge. And you can see that even though they have air quote breaks, you could tell that it's almost like they just kind of let them sit there and do this while they await orders, but they're not allowed to go far.
What?
At the docks as one of these larger ones. Let me load that up.
Those aren't moons. Those
Oh.
are moons.
Oh, it's cute.
Running me slavery.
It's true.
Hey, it's really cute.
That's
the slave
name.
moon.
But so,
That's my favorite moon.
so for the moons, let me go and get
It's
back.
like,
The moon is the slaver's moon, yeah.
Yes.
Great fortune comes to slavers today.
So
That plate is your nose.
Despotic moon.
alrighty. So let's see. I need to get the correct term and cyclage of the moons real quick as well. I need to just save this chart and put that into my notes.
you should, because I will ask you every time.
Well, it is relevant. It is very dangerous. As for Simon, Simon vanishes after its full crescent and it's gone.
Spooky moon.
Quite literally. Alrighty. So, let's see. Grunmundis is on its third quarter. So, that would be the harvest moon, the large orange one. The Hothlar is on a waxing gibbous, as it was not long ago. It's getting closer to first quarter, so it's between waxing gibbous and first quarter. And then Yumiya is on a new moon, so fully blacked out.
Thank you.
Alright. So, obviously, with that information in hand as well, not having to worry too much and seeing that the harvest moon is coming, you do see a few of these larger warforged. They are that size of an ogre. You could tell that they were obviously meant for much more heavier lifting and probably bigger weapons. Some that still have very old scars and the large chugging pipes behind it. You could tell that they...
I can tell they are warforged and not just like golems.
For that, yes, it would be one of their more classic designs that you would be familiarized with.
Alright.
You have seen many of these in the Iron City before you had left. As obviously the Iron Father had managed to collect quite a few while making the New Kingdom. And that was some time ago, so about 70 years of finding those he could from either the Gagaron Warfront or other locations that were hidden.
Well, I'm sad now.
But you know, these models as well are not the highest of intelligence, but you could tell that they seem to be not really abused, but still kind of given a purpose in a way. And they don't really question unloading the various crates and other things to the storehouses on the docks.
Guess it really depends on how they're treated, really.
Those poor things.
How dare they allow them to do things?
How dare they employ them?
They're not getting paid.
How do you know? You haven't asked.
I just know.
But as you see, like, one with a teacup, you see another one that has, like, a very
Oh, he
old...
actually has the teacup.
Yeah, it has an actual teacup. You're not sure what he's really doing with it, but like I said before, you know, these models are not very smart. They're very straightforward. You know, a lot of Warforged, some that are, their models don't seem very capable of thought beyond, as they're probably very primitive styles and they weren't given kind of a advanced command complex, but they are still unique even in that of their own. And you know, see also there's one that looks like it's got, very curiously enough, what looks like another child's toy, like the ball in a cup with a string, except it's like larger form. And then another one that looks like it has a very worn down abacus that just really likes counting. And then the fourth one that sits nearby near the crates that seems to be very entertained with what looks like a child's yo-yo, but it seems to be intent on unrolling it and then slowly rolling it back up instead of actually playing it with it like it's supposed to be.
This is both incredibly adorable and endearing, and also horribly sad.
Exactly.
I don't really get what makes it sad.
Yeah, me neither. They're on break playing with toys.
Yeah, they're on break and seemingly enjoying themselves.
It's my old
They're just having a chill time.
They live forever and they don't need food or water, so they're enjoying the break after working.
So, as the other various Dragonborn that do work the docks, you could tell, especially with the ship captains, other than the in-between when they're not unloading or on others, they obviously have their designated spots to where they can go and play with their, obviously, little toys is best way to describe it. And that obviously seems to keep them happy enough from the looks of it. You do see what looks like maybe one or two other things that are kind of like set aside, so it's almost like curious enough, like almost like a kid's toy chest, but each one has like their favorite thing that they play with apparently. And it speaks volumes too, as you do see, like, especially for their massive size, their body is made of steel. Even the one with the teacup, it is glass, and it's actually impressive that they are able to be delicate enough to not shatter it. So, with that as described, the captain does wish you the best, and thanks you for assisting with some of the creatures that had come along, and sorry for some of the crew, I'm sure. Some of you are not thinking too great about us, but I assure you that not all of us share the same things that the others had discussed.
Well, the ride wasn't too uncomfortable, apart from all the storms.
Thank you enough for helping fix that capstone either. God, that would have been a hell of a price to pay.
How many of them are on deck at the moment? Like all of them, I assume?
Yeah, because they're currently unloading the hold. You could tell that since they're keg runners that they're kind of technically smugglers, that they run dwarven ale and other goods back and forth between the Gulf and the other lighthouse that's been on watch by Mordal and all.
Alright. Well, when one of them goes to like unload some kegs on his own, I want to talk to him.
All right. That would be easy enough because they do split up. You can see that one of the furthest is definitely to the main holds there, as they're just kind of stacking them up on these main platforms.
Kind of casually walk up. Hey, mate. You have any idea where Thorcum went?
Oh, Thorcum.
No. Does he have any reaction when I say Thorcum?
Like, Aylesbury's commander? Like, didn't he stay there?
No, I heard he made his way to Creekmont with some other dwarf fellas.
You can see he's like kind of scratching his brow a little bit, and he does like a little bit of the finger rubbing off out of sight of the other dwarves.
Ah. Okay, I'll take 5 gold.
Ooh.
Alright, so go ahead and roll me a sleight of hand. Yes. Obviously that's so it'll be mixed in with his as well.
You just throw the money onto the top.
Even
Pick it
I
up,
see
dirty
this.
dwarf.
Alright, so especially with his modifier, he's able to kind of cover you a little bit. He like pretends to go to like shake your hand, just like pats you on the shoulder, like, yeah, don't worry about it. Like I said, if you're passing through the Eastern Valley there, you want to be sure to avoid the mines. He kind of like gives you a little bit of like eyebrow wink wink kind of.
All right, thank you. I'll see you around.
Yeah, don't forget us. Be happy to have you on board again.
No worries.
And with that, he'll quickly push off to go about his business. Keep unloading the various kegs and ales.
Easy 5 gold minus.
Yeah.
Worth it for sure.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you could
probably.
tell. You could tell these guys are far from loyal to their dwarven brethren. They are effectively the scum of the earth in a way.
I figured anyone but the captain would probably give me something.
I kind of got that impression when they wanted to make boots. One of our group members.
A belt, you mean?
Yeah, belt. Sorry, I was thinking of Oblivion, where everybody wants to make a belt or boots or like a shirt covering like a non-human race.
It's true.
You'll make a fine pair of boots. Here's like, you aren't a bootmaker. Get away from me.
They just want to spend the rest of their life stepping on you.
So did you say Eastern Valley Mines?
The Skyrock Valley mines to the east.
Probably one of those 2 caves we can see.
Yeah.
I thought he said to avoid the mines.
Definitely.
God, Leoris is so fucking precious.
Don't worry, we'll talk about it later. Alright, I sort of want to go sell some stuff and maybe talk to whatever guards are in charge around here. Anyone else got any ideas?
I wanted to go to the candy store, but we can do that first.
Is this a candy store?
Yeah, the dwarves told us about it when we got on the boat.
I can accompany if you accompany you if you would like. Having a stroke.
My damn
Get the stretcher.
Well, may as well stick together.
Now we can go to your thing first. It's probably important.
You see that Yazito quickly chime in like, if you're wanting to sell things, you would probably want to go to the market and also the guardhouse. Well, the main guardhouse is accompanied by the main river heading in near the Espada ward. So it would be a bit of a trek inward, though you could tell her she's trying to think of like the specific candy shop that the dwarves were talking about. We might be able to hit that on the way because that's midsection between the Great Bell and the Woodborough.
Well,
Amy asks, good.
looks like you know your stuff.
I would have to, traveling between these two cities. Sailed back and forth quite often. Of course, I'll start leading the way.
Are the boat rides usually that bad?
Comparative to what happened last time, far from it. It's...
Oh yeah, sorry, I forgot about the crash and
That was pretty good.
Your boat ride was better than mine.
The Gulf usually isn't that temperamental, but sometimes when storms kick up, it does get pretty bad. Of course, Simon showing up did not exactly help. I'd imagine there's quite a few ships out there that I think or unfortunately had been heavily damaged. So, as she starts to lead you into the main city of Creekmore, you could see the same familiar Vermilion guard that you had seen accompanying the paladin before. Especially recognizing by uniform, you could tell that the paladin was sent with probably one of the smaller regiments, so maybe it was on the factor of that they didn't want to send families of respect, but at the same time the paladin very well might have likely seemed to be of the front volunteer to immediately go out and defend Aylesbury. Especially with that for you, Zircon.
Oh.
You do see a few of the guard kind of looking at you occasionally. You can sense it. Like, their heads kind of turn towards you.
It begins.
Oh my god, is that guy?
It's that guy.
It's totally that guy.
For
Can I kiss your feet,
From,
sir?
from Rock Magazine.
so,
Oh my god.
You killed Nick.
you do see one of the guards quickly take a missive from basically the gate commander and start heading deeper into the city.
Oh no. Oh no.
At that point, you can see that Yazid is obviously handling everything at the gate. You do get a few questions of basically of what would be your business pertaining coming here, and then before they even kind of finish it, the gate captain kind of just like puts a hand on the basically the checkpoint commander's like book and everything, like please You and your friends are welcome to come in.
I appreciate the candid nature of your captain here. We are very tired from our journey.
I could imagine, sir. If you were to go anywhere for a good portion of time, I would imagine to rest your feet or even just to have a drink, you can go to the Jade Tea House or one of the many spa in baths as well.
All of those sound lovely. Thank you.
Could definitely give you an escort if you require, but I assume that your company is more than enough.
I have the escort of my good company and my fellow Dragonborn here, who is assisting me.
She immediately gives a polite bow. Of course. Let them through immediately. You could see even Yazida is like kind of surprised by this, as basically they kind of push her aside everyone else to let all of you go through into the Woodborough.
We even get to cut in line.
Now Zircon is everyone's best friend.
Buddy.
I need that royal treatment.
Zircon, there's a line at the bar. I need another drink. Come on.
Charles Canty, I want it. Make it happen.
Zircon, I can't afford this. Make them give me a discount.
Do that thing from Mass Effect. My name is Zircon of Razu, and this is my favorite store in all of Woodborough. But I do it every way. Okay.
Renegade action to start cussing out a guard.
Get interviewed, punch the interviewer.
I don't take no shit from you.
My name's Commander Zircon.
Did Cal say something before?
Oh, I just said like something royal treatment. Very cool.
I'm a lot more well known now that we're closer to my home city.
That'd probably be quite helpful.
In a way.
It is astounding that even a guard will recognize you like that.
Are they have like posters of you or something around here?
My
Are you,
family are quite renowned.
are you in books?
It would seem so.
I would assume we are in books, not that I have read them. Though I recall Mother flaunting of them at some point.
Blind Joe.
Oh. And it begins. Remember when Izzy obviously lead the way, though still surprised herself as getting partway through the Woodborough. You could tell that she is trying to stick to the main paths. It's almost a labyrinth within this city itself. You could tell that the wards on the outer crests here obviously have been kind of compacted in various shops. Everything's very tight knit, and you even see that there are occasional kind of runners in between, mostly kobolds, interesting enough, but you can tell that's also because, especially with a smaller nature, they obviously have an easier time squeezing through the crowds and making it very quick. It's almost unnerving as they kind of like shuffle past you, just seeing how many Dragonborn and kobolds are here. There are still obviously the various races that you can see: humans, elves, even one or two occasional dwarves, but you don't see too many of those outside of either a smithy or what seems to be kind of like a tavern ownership. as you are obviously going by these various locations, you could tell that Yazida is trying to keep her eyes on everything as best as she can, especially due to the fact that she seems distracted on the point of trying to make sure that there's no pickpockets, because especially with being in the lower sections of the city, especially with kobolds around, it's very easy to get distracted, especially with this many people bumping into you.
Okay. Can I keep an eye on Yazida and see how she reacts to like guards and stuff?
Yes.
Like
Go
I
ahead.
want to see if she's like, oh shit, there's a guard. Play it cool.
Really fucking think she's on fire.
Just checking.
Hey,
Check her bag for a tricorn.
it's fitting for Cal. Makes sense.
Yeah.
So, especially with that, it's easy to tell that she's comfortable. She actually seems to be sticking to a lot of the roadways that are specifically passing by a lot of the Vermilion Guard, making sure that she is sticking close to areas that are obviously less kind of seedy at that point. So with that,
Josh, can you make us tiny?
I can do that. We can
Tiny
Make us
gang.
small for the sake of the adventure.
Yeah.
Oh my god. She sits on my shoulder now.
It's like a parrot.
No, please don't crush me. No.
Not between your thighs.
Wait, yes, between the
Tiny
knobs.
health bars. I love the tiny health bars. So that's not at full health.
No,
It would be, right?
you should be.
Why the smallest one?
Yeah, I just haven't updated it.
Well, it's mostly because you have such a dark outline.
Well, Josh also has to do this by hand. There's no grid to snap to for this
That's true.
size, so.
Yeah, not too far off our Cal, you see that?
I'm big. My health bar is much bigger than most people's.
Jesus. So,
Names are still the same size.
it's true. As you get to the main section here, in between the Woodborough and the Great Bell Ward, you can see that this is more of the open market area, as obviously a lot of these buildings are fairly large. Obviously, you could tell that the multiple gates that go in and out, especially with this being closer to the Grand Farms, have quite a large selection, and especially with the curiosity of what the dwarves had mentioned, you find the wonderful little shop called the Demon's Sweet Tooth. So, especially looking at the Demon's Sweet Tooth, you could tell is more of an irony as you see the front of this shop. Obviously, you could see what looks like equivalently to that of an Oni, but sitting on the front and kind of like one hand on his cheek, like he has a tooth sore. That's the shop side. And with that, he is still holding what looks like candied fruit on a stick. As you do look in, you could see obviously various Dragonborn children, even others that are being escorted by probably kobold caretakers that obviously are watching over them for the day, or kind of maybe their nannies, as their parents work in various shops and locations. All sorts of kinds of treats, and you could tell that some are kind of fresh for the day. As for the Oni sign, you could tell that there is the candied fruit that would be on the stick, almost like a candy kebab, where it's a more of a soft lining outer shell that's a little crunchy from the sugar, but also still kind of pulls a lot of the sweetness from the fruit. Along with kind of kind of like a sticky bun situation as well, almost like a cake pop situation where they obviously have the softer, doughier kind of cake one that has honey and other various jams kind of drizzled over the top of it. And you do see the other selections as well as what seems kind of like Policani, even saltwater taffy, as well as what seems to be kind of a mix between kind of toffee. Very few selections of chocolate in between those, but you can tell they seem to specialize in either various amounts of fresh or hard candies. And literally, the candy shop here, especially with the fresher side, the aroma is just absolutely heavenly because it's almost like a mixture of jam, fresh sugar, and cake kind of wafting out of here, and the occasional cookie. But you could tell a lot of those get sold very quickly unless they are specified to order.
Alright, kids, you want some candy?
Something tells me, Rylax, you want literally everything in there.
Yes.
So,
But for just right now, I'll settle for one.
We can get you more before we leave.
Yeah.
Now, don't go spending
Maybe
your
I'll-
whole allowance.
everything in there is surprisingly reasonable. You can tell that there are a lot of the smaller hard candies that obviously are made in bulk that are 5 to a copper, which is kind of like a small little pouch bag that kids can fill up. You can see that quite a few of them are doing that. Even the kind of like the candied kebab kind of situation, those are only 2 copper. You could tell that this shop is honestly owned by a very genuine person. He seemed to just kind of enjoy the smiles that they are sharing throughout the day with him and his wife. It is a surprisingly pleasant blue dragonborn and a red dragonborn.
I honestly expect them to be tieflings with a name and a sign like that.
You'd think so.
Then they could be like the sweet demons. Does anybody else want anything?
A small hard candy bag. I wish to try it.
Alright.
I will take the kebab.
I look at Lee. Are there any kids in here right now?
Currently in there, you can see them going in and out. There's almost like always a kid somewhere within that candy shop. Like, you can even see other kids that probably spent like their whole allowance for the day or like hanging out with their friends just so they could see what else they buy there or share with their friends.
Look at Leoris. Leoris handing kids money.
Leoris is giving away literally everything she owns to these children.
Rot your teeth, children.
I'm just trying to tell if Leoris is handing out money or has she like already run out of money and can't do it.
No, she has a good amount of money at the moment.
Okay.
Not for long. We walk through the slums. You're broke now.
I need to subtract some money. real
I
quick.
can't give to church.
How much are you giving to these children? Because, oh god, if you give them a gold, they're gonna go crazy.
Their parents will hate you.
Just give them like 2 gold each. They're
Well, I only have gold pieces.
Oh no.
Sweet child of mine.
Very sweet.
And I figured I'm handing money out to more than one kid.
Actually, yeah. Would there have been like a kid that would have been like sitting outside or like on the other side of the street looking at the store longingly?
Yeah, you do see one or two of those because obviously, it's like when the ice cream man shows up and it's like that one or two kids that don't run up, but they're like, I want a fucking ice cream.
Well, yeah. We'll just walk up to them and be like, "How come you kids aren't over there?"
Oh, I don't have any money.
Yeah. How many kids are there?
For the ones across the street currently, there'd be about 4.
I can't believe you're stealing Leoris's role.
Fuck you!
I'm doing it first.
Bring the light.
Kids, there's a crazy woman in there just handing out free money.
It's like, yeah, like. Look, here you go. Give them 2 gold each.
All right.
Thank you for giving me this ammo, Neil. You'll see.
Don't do that.
All right.
There you go. Hopefully they have a nice time with them.
So they're definitely gonna. They immediately cheer and thank you, and are immediately running towards the demon sweet tooth.
The demon sweet.
That's the name of the place.
Yeah.
All right. So, especially all that, Yazid's kind of like surprised, especially since you guys kind of like start handing out a little bit of money to all the kids, and you can see that the owners of the shop are kind of just laughing at that, and they even kind of they could clearly see that they just kind of wave to you like, "Thank you." Make sure that they get plenty.
Little wave.
And obviously, the mixed, obviously, candied fruit that you have on the stick is a mix of various tangerines, mango, and kind of like a softened up honey lemon that they've kind of like cooked down a little bit with honey and then candied it so it stayed all together.
Say, because like I'm not grabbing anything, but those kids are.
Oh yeah, but that's for relaxes candy. For you, Crumb, so you were buying some.
Just the small bag of hard candy you want.
Obviously, you can buy it small, but it's kind of like the pick and choose kind of situations where they have the hard candies, set out with the various bowls, so you can choose the 5 that you like. You can see obviously all sorts of fruits, even ones that are very clearly unique to these lands, more Dragonborn.
I do that, and then I spend far too much time analyzing each candy and which ones to pick.
That's fair. You could see, especially for one that smells more like a cinnamon, a very kind of spicy one. You could see that one starting to go very quickly.
Spicy.
I will buy some taffy, or whatever the equivalent is.
Yeah, there's saltwater taffy as well.
Yes.
Nice meme, Jesse. Too much gold.
Alright. So, you could see, especially with Yazida watching all of this, you could tell she's actually rather pleased. That it shows very clearly that you all have very soft hearts. And you can tell she feels that she chose to stick with you guys pretty well.
It was not a bad choice.
It's probably the most adorable damn thing she has seen, especially being from a mercenary family. obviously, as you get your various treats from the demon's sweet tooth, well, obviously we'll be heading through the Great Bellward next. Probably want to stick a little tight there, because getting up there to the main market next to the bridges and the guardhouse across the way, quite a few pickpockets like to roam that sections. A lot of merchants trail through there.
Of course. Would you be able to acquire any of your gear here as well on the way?
Once we get to the main markets, obviously, grabbing very basic equipment.
Just get whatever equipment you need.
So, with that, I'm sure we'll happily start leading further. Especially with the mix in the crowd and everyone being a little more noisy, you eventually do see what looks like a kobold mother kind of walking by as well, with probably the most hyper and active 6 children you have ever seen, just kind of like bouncing back and forth and running up and down the street, not fully out of sight, but enough to where you could tell they're kind of like dashing up and down, full of energy, excited.
You have gained a new boon. Patron saint of angry parents.
Hell yeah.
Why do you have so much candy?
Where did you get this?
At the same time, the two owners of the Demon's Sweet Tooth, like, oh my god.
He just gave him like the real world equivalent of like $200 each.
Oh yeah.
It's more like
To spend
$50,
candy.
but it's still a lot.
Don't fuck about.
Amazing.
So, heading through the Great Bellward, you can see, especially for Yazida, obviously this place a lot more packed than the Woodborough. Obviously, you do see less desirable kind of people here, even though there are obviously quite a few butchers and other things from the Grand Farms being close by, as well as the fruit stalls before the main market. You could tell that there are a lot of questionable, whether or not mercenary or even just thug-like kind of people. You can see that there are kind of almost like dens as you pass by them, even though they're wide open at the front door. There's kind of like the atypical 1 or 2, 3 kind of thugs at the front that are just kind of eyeballing you, that are obviously definitely not from here, being human or elf or even kind of less desirable. And there's even points where you could see that obviously there are quite a few kobolds as well that are message runners for some of these. As you can see, some of them are literally walking over roofs or jumping from rooftop to the rooftop to make it a little bit faster. So you could tell that obviously roof running here, if there were guards closer by, would probably be frowned upon, but in this section of the Great Bellward is obviously not very watched over. You, as a matter of fact, you do take note that there are large stretches, about 200 feet, so quite a few blocks, where there are just no guards in sight. Kind of like certain side alleys and roads that they clearly just completely avoid.
Oh, crap.
So, even though this is obviously close to the Grand Farms, you can see that they probably, unfortunately, try and muscle maybe the farms or even some of the merchants that are foolish enough to come through this specific section to get to one of the main gates.
I'm sure glad we're all together and nobody is off by themselves. Hey, was yours?
She's still at the
Still
candy
giving
shop.
out money.
Uh-oh.
She lives there now.
Guy tries to pickpocket Leoris, and Leoris already slipped several gold into their pocket.
It's reverse
No, it's-
pickpocketing.
No, it's the vicious cycle where Leoris gives the kids more money, and then the kids go into the store, and now the store can't keep up with all the kids coming in to get candy, so she offers to be a volunteer to help them make more candy, and then as there's more kids coming in, she gives them more money. It's a vicious cycle. She's trapped there forever. Her own personal purgatory.
It's a causality.
Creating an endless loop of working, handing out money.
Ah.
It's adorable. Ah. So, obviously, going through these various sections.
Yes.
I need to double check something real quick.
How many pickpockets do I need a flurry of blows? Is this a 3-year-old?
It's like a fucking 3-year-old kobold.
Belt them.
Alrighty. Alrighty. What's everyone's passive perception again?
I could feel that coming.
Not good.
17.
Very bad.
11.
16.
15.
Wait, passive perception, you said?
Yes.
16.
10.
8.
Not very wise.
Leoris and I certainly are perceptive.
Well, ironically, because, like, looking at the order from where I usually go, Relax, you swear you feel something for a brief moment, and then as somebody's, like, walking
Oh.
beyond, you can hear a very subtle, ew, what the fuck?
Dude, I try to stick their hand into my body. I didn't even know.
They try, and you didn't even notice. They rolled a 21. But as you kind of turn around, you could see that, like, especially as they say that, like, you turn around, you see, like, a little bit of, like, pink slime just ever so slightly coating their hand. And then, like, you kind of, like, meet eye to eye for a moment with this one kobold, and he's like, oh shit, and just quickly runs down this side out.
I don't really care.
I rolled a d7 to see who would get robbed. I rolled a 2, so going from my usual top left to right roll, I got
Did he actually steal anything from me? Because I'll check while I'm walking.
not at all. It's just, especially since with your coat and everything, the moment he felt slime, he would have recoiled very quickly. It's like,
You.
what the fuck?
Oh boy, I can't wait to be primetime target number 1 for every pickpocket in a 1 mile radius.
Yeah, you're blind.
So obviously that happens as you pass through the larger section of the Great Billboard. As you finally get past to where the sign is and where the streets are more organized, you can see that there are a lot of guards that obviously have been pushed up to here. There's even other houses that have clearly been bought or kept for various guards and protection to keep watch on this section to make sure that the various thugs do not push beyond the Great Billboard. At this point, you can also see that, especially with the grandiose walls, which I did forget to describe, I apologize, they stand at a very, very, very tall 80 feet with
Oh my god.
various inlaid brickwork. You could tell that it's painstakingly placed, has been here for quite a significant amount of time. Each section that you had seen, there are various gates leading in and out of certain sections of the Great Ward. You could tell that the outer gates, obviously with the larger stretches, are to protect a large portion of people, or if refugees were to arrive once again. Zircon, you would know that from the history of when the Red Dragon had originally built this area and the location of the city, that the various layers were purposely built to separate, obviously, many serfs, and which, obviously, at the very center is where the main throne would be for where the dragon originally stayed, and of why the palace was built upon the very spot of where he rests.
Makes sense.
So, especially moving further inland, you can see, especially getting close to the Demon's Farthing River, you do start to see many more wealthier merchants. You could tell a lot of farmers clearly use the two further northern gates compared to the one right next to the Great Bell Ward. Obviously, traffic is quite busy going in and out of here, with the main trade roads as well as even other butcheries that are on a slightly larger scale, much more fresh and not so kind of mixed-matched. And you can even see that there are other people that have kind of fish shops and other things that catch directly from the river this deep in, which shows how healthy and well-kept the main river leading into the city is. And that pretty much even people who are fishermen living on the edge here and not outside can still make a rather respectable living taking care of their families.
Nice.
So,
Yeah. Very nice.
not far as the main center here, you do see the other magnificent vermilion statue of the Great Red Dragon there. The name of this dragon many had seemingly forgotten, but especially with your own family, I need to find specifically. You would remember from your brief history, as your family had told you about this dragon's history.
Mm-hmm.
Very, very difficult name to say. Ithaquint de Mitos.
Oh.
Also, the other phonetic title of Protector of Innocent Souls.
Very nice guy.
Especially with the curiosity of what fractured the world originally and allowed elementals to run rampart. This dragon, especially in the curiosity that you know that there was a courtship previous to this and that they broke off originally from the Dragon War Council that they were a part of and had moved further northbound and started freeing various Dragonborn and gave them the chance to lay claim to the lands up north here, and even was rumored to have helped fight off vast amounts of dwarfs as well to the north and force them into the small corner of the world that they have.
That's quite a colorful history they have.
I have a question.
Yes.
Is this dragon still alive?
No. Well, obviously no one's allowed within the grave, but they obviously where he is supposed to originally rest in Noel has his lair is underneath the Vermilion Throne, which obviously people aren't really allowed. But you can see that, which reminds me, this statue stands 180 feet tall and looms over this section of the city and watching over the market from the positioning, facing kind of a southeasternly position in a way. Almost kind of a vigil and watch. Some say it's his own worry of, in myth, that he thought the elves might had tried something in the future and was ever vigilant there. But there is also the other statue that people have not seen unless they pass by on ship, which faces to the southwest. So many believe with the wards here that if need be, if there were a greater threat, the ward itself would turn to face in that position and brace for protecting the city, and that his spirit would appear, if need be, to protect from any greater cataclysm happening. So, obviously, with that bigger chunk of wood, as we lose Nurst. No! You can.
But nursed into the hearse.
Okay, it's mystery. You're
Nistri.
saying nurse.
I'm sorry.
Nursed
Yes.
hearse.
Nistri.
Mystery. Yeah.
Every time I'll just have to think of mystery and think Nistri. A little
Nistri is history.
Nistri's history. Alright. With that, you could also see the Grand Guard's castle as well. That sits on the edge of the Demon's Farthing River. There are obviously a various amount of skippers that obviously would be able to respond if there were an attack on the Demon's Farthing, or some other kind of creature were to take part in the river, but obviously it seems to be mostly used for patrol. You can see, as obviously Yazida points it out and looks to you, Cal, like, as for your bounty, you would be able to go and post up there. They would be very likely more than happy to help you with that.
Alright. Well, we're still in the market at the moment, right?
Yes, the market is currently where you're at, where the Vermilion statue watches over.
Alright, I've got a few things to sell. Meet back here in 10 minutes.
Alright.
I'm just gonna be circling this statue, being like, so fucking cool.
And so, as you do that, Nistri, it does take you a little bit. You can tell, especially walking around the full circle of the Vermilion statue, it is amazingly detailed and well kept. You could tell that there's even, especially certain sections where you walk by, a large collection of things that have been left at the foot of the statue. Obviously, in homage and respect. You can even see that there looks to be occasional, obviously, what people can maybe offer up, believing it's protection of a gold piece or a copper or a silver. Obviously, all of that is left there. There seems to be only really one guard to speak of nearby, and you could tell that's just more for keeping people from making a nuisance near the Vermilion Ward. But obviously you could tell, if that even were the case, it's very likely that it's not just the guard that would immediately come to intercede if somebody were to fuck with this great statue.
Oh no, I'm not fucking with it.
Oh no, I'm just saying, like, you could tell, like, obviously this is a very sacred place, and even many other people and thieves wouldn't even dare touch this statue. you can see Yazida will actually go to purchase a long sword along with a half plate as well as a crystal for her focus and a few other supplies.
Very nice.
She's rich.
Dang.
Longsword, the weapon of bandits and pirates everywhere. Guilty.
Excuse me, sir, that's a scimitar. Well, actually, no, she'll have to hold off on the half plate, actually. That's right.
Half plate is really expensive. Who's funding that?
I was gonna say I didn't give her that much money.
I'm forgetting here.
She buys
And she-
light armor.
She buys +2 plate, full plate, a flame tongue greatsword.
That is expensive. God damn.
I can't afford that. I'll just put it on your tab. Don't worry.
How much is a bag of holding, by the way?
1,000 gold.
Okay.
And I know it should probably be more expensive, but it's a fucking bag of holding, let's be real. Yes, you can easily do that.
Is
Especially
it off price for the spyglass?
Go ahead and roll me a persuasion if you want to try and get that to full price, because obviously not a lot of people here would be, but I will give you, well, geez, you don't even need it. You'll very easily find a, what looks to be one of the captains that obviously is allowed to travel through the Demon's Farthing, that is unloading various trade goods, especially when you show him the quality make. As you could tell that the kobolds weren't the one to make the spyglass, but probably Awakener.
You, good sir, look like you need one of these.
And with that, you can see this very, very colorful Dragonborn with a very curious looking ship at the circumstance. Looks to you, will very happily go for the full price, and then like, that's an excellent make. What would you, full price? I presume you made this, or just looking to pass it on?
I did not make this. I am looking to pass it on. It was made by a brilliant craftsman.
Then, with that, especially like looking at it, you could tell them they're almost eager to buy this, as they do take off their very vibrant plumed hat, and even their the colorage of their clothes is extraordinarily bright.
This is a very strange vibe you're describing. Oh well.
Yeah.
It's not a tambourine.
Yes. But you do see the ship is empty at the current time, but obviously with the few people that he's had there, you could tell it looks like he's got quite a few scrolls that he's got tucked underneath his belt, along with a large pouch that has more scrolls kind of jutting out. So with that, go ahead and make me a, well, you could make me a perception check if you like, because passively you wouldn't be able to see it, but you can try and glance a look.
Try. I use my spyglass.
Unfortunately, you try and glance a little bit. You can see there's wording, but unfortunately, it kind of rustles a little too much. But yeah, it's curious enough. He very quickly unloads a healthy 1,000 gold into your hands, and will very happily pick up the spyglass from yours.
May it aid you in your travels.
I always needed an extra one. I'm sure others will make use of it as well when I'm asleep and not at the helm.
Cool. And then I go sell the gems as well.
Alrighty. Do you have... Well, yeah, you probably wouldn't have the gems out in front of you.
I mean, does this guy want gems as well?
He looks like a very fanciful trader.
Yeah, he's rainbow. I've got rainbow gems. You want some gems?
Always looking to add more to my collection. May I?
Yes, of course.
Fantastic. With that, you can see he will very quickly take out kind of like a jeweler's eye and set it down onto his brow. And very curiously enough, you don't even need to haggle with him. Again, it's so very strange. You're used to people haggling or like fighting the price, especially since he's a trader. He doesn't even question it. Like, he just immediately hands the price and money over to you.
You are very honest.
I mean, it's the best trade as a banker.
Oh heck, why don't you have this too? I pull out the oil of etherealness. I don't see myself ever using this. Are you interested?
You'd see he studies it over for a brief moment before he takes out clearly a wand of detect magic. Does so, kind of studies it over. Yes, I think I could do well with this.
I trust you know how much it is worth, because I certainly do not, and I trust you.
So with that, I need to go and double check the price of certain items. So, potion of etherealness, correct?
No, oil of etherealness.
Oil of etherealness.
Yep. Are you guys mad at me? Did we need this for something?
I mean, I don't know. I guess it's useful to see things in the distance, but I don't know.
Oil of etherealness allows you to pass through things like with the ethereal effect.
Puts you in the ethereal plane. It's good for scouting, I
Can't
guess.
believe that you took away the fucking spyglass that I could use.
Excuse me?
I'm sorry.
To see no further than I already can.
It doubles the size of the things you look at.
Oh, does it now? But I need to look at them with my
0
eyes.
times 2.
There.
The light cannot reach my eyes. This is a cursed glass.
Especially for that, a potion,
Oil.
oil of etherealness, is rare,
Fucking ghost potion.
applying oil 10 times. He'll offer you 1,500 for it.
Yep, I'll take that.
Holy shit.
Deal.
Well, obviously that is all matter and sense. What's your name? We might be able to broker a deal or a timeshare? Obviously.
Yes, I'll keep an eye out for you too. I am Cromstreel of the Yorickson's Iron Champions.
A pleasure to meet you, Raxia.
Excuse me? I may have misheard you there.
Raxiel, I hope.
Alright.
Attaboy.
Beat him up. Beat him up.
I'm hoping to, well, obviously the timeshare and investment. Would you be interested in investing in the iridescent bank that I've been planning on opening up one of the branches here?
You'll have to explain that to me. What makes it iridescent?
A little bit of sleight of hand and shows the various gems. He's like, obviously jewel trading. I have access to quite a few, but obviously funding would give you rights and shareholds to that, as well as the small investment. Paying on how much you want would get you about a 5% interest rate, unless you want to have one of the higher council members for this branch division.
Well, I did just come across a nice amount of money.
You can see he does like the air quote little eyebrow flourish.
Okay, if I were to give you 1,000 of this gold, what would happen?
Well, obviously, once the bank division here and also the trade would be fully anchored, which would probably take about a maximum of a year, seems like a timely investment, but after that you would be earning a 5% interest the amount you would invest with me early on. Obviously, so long as this division stays open.
Alright, I'll do that.
Joining a bank.
1,000 of the gold you just gave me, now back to you.
Attaboy.
Excellent. I will immediately draw up the papers. Excuse me, I need to go and retrieve one of these stamps for my sister, but obviously you can come aboard and we'll draw that up.
Sure.
Alright. So, as you get on board, you do see, aside from Fraxiel and a few others, there are a wealth of Warforged.
Oh,
So,
well, this is a sight for sore eyes.
familiar with some?
Somewhat.
Obviously, make yourself comfortable. I'm not stopping you. It would still take me a little bit of time to draw these up.
Alright, I go and ask these other Warforged how their rights are going.
Especially with that, you can see them like looking at you, almost like lost for a moment. Like, right? We're free. We own part of the ship with the captain.
Yes.
So the answer there is rights equal yes.
Yeah. They're completely free.
That is comforting.
We came here with Captain Raxiel's, well, quite a bit of time ago. We've been traveling around, but this was one of the other stops that he decided to make here. Him and his sister have been obviously going around trying to open various branch divisions.
I see. Raxiel.
Did you just get scammed by Raxiel?
Did I?
Probably.
I think you did.
Amateur move.
Hang on. Are any of the rest of us with you while you're on this endeavor?
The ship just starts sailing away.
Da-da-da. Yeah, like I said, that's why it looks very strange.
Yes, can I get a description of the ship's interior?
Well, obviously the ship is very uniquely designed. For a huge portion of it has been crafted to metal. You can hear the very heavy thunk of what sounds like an engine in a way. A lot of this work looks kind of familiar to that of even the Iron Kingdom in itself. You do have a curiosity of whether or not it is from there, but you do recognize a lot of these sails and other designs here that are very clearly unique to that of Lestrana. Obviously, as you are waiting at the main center of the area where Raxi has brought you down, he is drawing up papers behind what looks like a magnificent tree with blue fruit on it. Obviously, to the southern area of the ship, aside from the two main open front windows, you can also see that there are much more lavish quarters, even though it's very clearly for the Warforges. You can tell the heavier metal parts, though the beds still seem, curiously enough, soft, but not really worn down. As well as, obviously, the other mainstay areas that look like they've been expanded upon a great deal compared to the original form of the ship, for where the skeleton meets, and has been kind of reshaped to more of a lavish room for each of them.
Alright, I'll just go and wait for Raxiel to finish.
Alright. So, obviously, finishing drawing up a large portion of the papers, there is eventually a part where you see another woman. I'm quickly trying to find the art for that one correctly. Where Raxiel's head kind of immediately kind of looks up and pivoting back and forth between you and her. She looks immensely different compared to Raxiel. Obviously, much more deeper hue of black scales, but her body itself, humanoid in shape, still kind of keeps a interestingly enough, almost like it's constantly on fire, though nothing seems to be burning around her. You can almost feel a heat permeating from her.
If he could feel.
Kind of feel fuck you. Sister.
You're a robot.
Yes, this is my sister Steno.
Lovely to meet you.
Pleasure to meet you as well. She'll go to put a hand out where she could see this, aside from all of her equipment, a rather magnificent looking ring as well.
Yes, I shake.
I assume another investor for my brother's endeavors.
Yes, I'm somewhat interested to see in what you all will achieve. I see you have already freed many Warforged.
Oh, well, my brother and mother did Obviously, quite a few years before myself, but that's a story in itself.
Are these individuals not from Stranalis, but Lestrana?
A good majority of them. There are a few others that we have picked up along the way. Yeah, you can see as she kind of like says picked up, she kind of like glances at her brother.
I see. I am Chrome Steel, by the way.
Steno Ironbark.
Steno Ironbark, okay. I am actually also from Lestrana. I am here representing the Oryxon's Iron Champions.
Oh, Uncle Jorgsen.
Yes. um,
Nice.
Well, obviously, I wish you the best. There's a lot of work to play out. Obviously, we have our own matters to attend to, but I feel you would be capable. At the same time, my mother would kill me if I started making trouble here. The mental shutdown.
I'm calculating so many things. I will do what I can in Stranalis. Oh, so
Obviously,
go. Blue screen.
obviously, I would just recommend being cautious then. Thankfully, the areas that we had visited was nowhere near on Stranalis, so my brother didn't get us in trouble entirely here.
Where did you get in trouble?
That's for another time.
Yes, you'll have to tell me if I see you again.
Indeed, I wouldn't really want to get Uncle Einstride angry at me. I already promised him I would be a lot better than I've been. So, after that, Raxiel will be, I've got all the papers done.
Excellent. Allow me to read all of it thoroughly.
He will happily turn that over to you, and there's 8 pages of extremely fine detail and stamped seals with a familiar looking kind of tree mark.
I read all of it.
Alright.
with however many minutes that takes.
Alright. So that's gonna obviously take some time, but it is there. What is everyone else doing? As obviously Chrome Steel is off making some bartering.
I assume one of you watched me walk onto this ship.
I just assume I sensed you do it, but I mean, that's if you were within 60 feet. Otherwise, you're gone, pal.
Never to be seen again.
Pretty much.
All right. Anyone know where Chrome Steel is? No, he's dead. All right.
Yeah, he's still.
Did he have something super important to do?
I believe he headed towards.
Wait, hang on. I'm super perceptive. I probably saw him go that way.
That's a good guess.
He doesn't seem the type to wander off, without reason.
Something important must have come up.
Yeah, something really important.
Should
Do
we
you
try
think we
to
should
find
look
him?
for him?
You can see
We should
Yazida.
follow up on where he is then.
As Yazida comes back, she's like, where did everyone go?
Well, we are not sure where Chrome Steel went. He wandered off.
Wait, I have an idea. I call Sendik.
Oh,
Hey,
good.
Chrome Steel, where did you go? Everyone's wondering. You just sort of vanished. We're a little bit worried.
I apologize for the delay. I have found friends of friends. Stay where you are. I will be there soon.
He said to stay where we are. And that he'd be back soon. Something about finding friends of friends.
Well, if he is in good hands, there shouldn't be anything to worry about.
This is Fancyland. Are there any cafes?
There would be, not very far, the Jade Tea House.
Oh, yes.
There's something to do. Let's go get some tea while we wait.
There is no war in Creekmont.
There is no war in Bossy Sing. Never to be again. Pulls out knife.
No. Me wanting to meet Raxiel because I want to know if I've seen this motherfucker around the other cities before. Or if my family's met him before. It's a
I mean,
good
if-
fucking question.
I know exactly who this is. I'm just playing along.
I mean, you can go look for him if you really want to.
Oh yeah, but he's in good hands, and I want tea.
I want tea.
I'm thirsty.
Okay, is there anything in this damn contract that makes me sell my soul or some shit?
Please, no. Raxiel's a good boy. How dare you?
Fine, friend. You
Yeah, what the fuck,
give
man?
me your control rod. Or forged scum.
It just says you gotta work 50 years in the bank as one of the tellers. No.
Which is
my
nothing
God.
compared to your infinite lifespan.
It doesn't say when.
And part of the contract also stipulates that if anyone asks about your freedom, you have to claim that you are free.
and you choose to work for him?
It's fucked up.
I like this whole
If
map,
the-
Josh.
If the fucking
Yeah.
fine print is normal, then I will accept.
All right. It is definitely normal. So.
Okay.
I'll have to find. I have to find it. I don't know where I put it. I'm so sad.
Probably in Discord message.
Hey, soul sister.
You see, I don't know what one you've chosen, so I can't find it for you.
She's the fiery one.
See, there's two of them though.
Oh. You sure both?
Oh, look at that. Even though Crobsteel was raiding for 40 minutes, he got here 1 second after us.
Don't worry, I put them there as a good filler.
He's just here so that he can be confused to where we are while we're enjoying tea and biscuits.
That's true. That's true. As he wanders the city now.
You don't have sending to find us, loser.
Told you to stay where you were, and you immediately went and got tea.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's your own fault.
I mean, to be fair, I was like, are there any cafes like in sight range? You could like
I mean,
sit outside and look.
Considering this place has a perimeter wall and an interior, I don't think he's gonna be able to see us.
There we are.
So he made us wait. We can make.
I found it.
Ah!
Oh my god.
Oh, it's who? Oh! Oh,
Nice.
cool.
Like I said, her body seems to be constantly that on fire.
That's a hot girl.
Stop.
No horny.
Bonk.
Bonk.
No, not again.
Well, I actually have an anti-horny club. It makes you dance.
It's true.
Wow.
I have an anti-horny stick.
Le bon.
Alright, I signed this pyramid scheme bullshit, and then before I leave, I ask the names of the Warforged they have on board.
God, the hard test. Quick! I need to go open the other game.
I'm just trying to get some nostalgia.
Oh, so you're a friend of all the Warforged? Name every Warforged. That's all.
Name every clone.
Name every galactic conquest that you've completed without Order 66. Yeah, that extra stipulation where it's just like, oh shit. What do I do?
We're gonna get here and they're gonna be like, oh, Zircon, please get away from this riffraff. We'll promote you to the executive suite. You will be staying the night, right? We have a gold-laden toilet exclusively for you.
Exclusive for that ass.
Alright, so you do find that upon the board of the ship, one of them would be Nashu. Along with that seems to be still the engineer of merger. There is Chase as well, who seems to be kind of helping organize a few others as well. And you can see that there are old references to what seem to be Unit 14 and 63, but they have quite obviously taken up their own names, where Unit 13 has taken up the name of Marin. And obviously the other unit, 63, has decidedly taken up his own name of Olavon.
This sparks great joy. say my farewells and I go and look for my party.
Farewell. Please come back, obviously, to collect your coffers once the bank is started and going.
In a year?
Yep. Well, I mean, that would seem
Alright.
like a rather short time.
What's today's date?
Oh my god. I had it about a month and a half ago. Oh, my nose closed because my PC blue screen. That's why I disconnected, by the way. If you couldn't guess.
I'll get that to you later, but don't worry, I'll be sure to keep track of it.
It was the 6th, 7th, 8th.
And then a week of travel.
Well, then a month of downtime.
That too. So a month and a week. Alright. So, entering into the Jade Tea House. Obviously, as Cromsdale goes to find the rest of the party. Primer Yazida seems rather excited to be going into here. You do see a white dragonborn woman who is playing a harp rather peacefully here. You can hear the small pagoda garden that they have, just the soft waters kind of going back and forth as everything is very, very peaceful here. You can smell the various mixtures of teas that kind of just waft through the air. Obviously, people who have gone in and out of this area. This is scaly art. Hey, listen, it's hard not to find a dragonborn that isn't about to whoop some fucking ass.
And we are in Scaly Land.
Scaly land.
So it's a very quaint tea house.
Yes.
Love the sounds of the ocean shores lapping against the tea house.
Yes,
Yeah, don't
it's
worry.
the pond.
We're near a river.
It's the pond.
Sorry.
It's like
Oh.
turbulent waves in the pond. Tsunami.
Approach. You guys open.
Of course. Please come in. Napush. With that you can see that the doors quickly open as what seems to be the father inside, a much more vibrant copper scaled dragonborn.
He is about to fuck some shit up.
And then clearly what is the daughter of both of them will immediately come out to greet you. How many?
2, 3, 6.
This way into the larger room, please. Obviously, the mother still keeping the very peaceful atmosphere. Will lead you. The daughter will lead you into the side room as the music continues to play peacefully. She immediately will set out, obviously, the various mats for this larger room. Obviously, giving you the small deck as well that will lead outside. And as you can see, that Progulin will be obviously bowing politely to all of you. Side So, obviously, she welcomes you all in. Will ask, what kind of tea would you prefer? We do have, obviously, much more relaxing green, a nice black. We do have as well the other sweeteners that if you would prefer any. And would you like any of steamed buns today as well?
I'd love some food, thank you.
The steamed buns sound nice.
I'll take a pot of green tea.
I don't know if Nistry's ever had tea. Is there tea with you?
You're like, what's tea? Is it some sort of beer?
For the orcs, especially with Mama Pit, black tea was more an herb you cooked with versus drink.
Yeah, fair. Alright, well,
Looks
I'll
at
like,
tea. Is there some medicine?
I'll just be like, whatever your best tea is, please.
Right. So, obviously, the father will go to immediately start work on the food. The younger daughter will go and immediately prepare the various teas that you have requested. The soft serenade of the harp playing in the background is very peaceful. You can see why the Jade Tea House has been obviously the most recommended. Reverend Izida will accompany you as well. And you can tell she looks very excited just to finally sit down and have a moment to relax, kind of peaceful away from the ocean. Looks like she's been away from home or anything family-esque like this for some time.
Yeah, it's quite nice to see this stuff again.
Interesting. They don't have any chairs in here.
With that, you do see Yazida.
Cal would have sat down naturally straight away. Gestured to relax.
Oh, you sit on the floor. Oh, okay.
They are still very soft, obviously, for the seating pillows.
Is this a little table, or is that like a...
So basically, as she lifted that up, that is the small fire that would obviously has the raised up spokes for holding the teapot and also keeping various foods warm. There also is the selection between obviously the honey, sugar, and other various selections on the shelf here.
Before we get to relaxing, I will pull out a big sack of money.
Yeah.
I'll take out 10 platinum pieces and give them to Relax.
What's this for?
While we were on the ship, when we came across the wreckage, found some flotsam. It was worth a lot. I'll give Zircon 10 platinum pieces. I'll give Leoris 10 platinum pieces. I'll give Nistri 10 platinum pieces.
I'm not sure how to feel about this because
Yazida is Zircon's employee. He can pay Yazida.
Look,
No,
I'm gonna be straight up real with you. I'm gonna give the 5 platinum pieces to Yazida. I don't need them.
That's your choice.
Yeah, I don't need them.
I gave you 10. I gave you 10.
Yeah. I keep 5 just in case, but I don't need money.
She looks even more surprised. Like, isn't this from your venture?
Consider it an investment in your future employment.
Of course, my lord.
It's the easiest way to get her to fucking keep it.
Just like you can see, she like quickly corrects her. I'm sorry, Zircon. As she
It's
quickly.
all right.
I feel like you need to save. Please don't.
Start wearing. No, you put the money in your boots.
It's the bag of brokerage. It just goes straight to Raxiel's banks.
It's actually pretty clever.
As like Lewis like saying that out loud, Crom's just like smashing against the window. I just joined this new bank. You want to hear about it?
Oh my god.
Now that,
So many benefits.
now that that's out of the way, so talk to one of the dwarves about Thorcum.
The one who had stolen the treasury, right?
Yeah, the old, on second in command. At least the old one.
Right.
No, the dwarves were probably the same dwarves that took him here, and one of them told me a little hint as to where his location is. So I pull out my notes because they all closed. Apparently there's some mines to the east of here, and there's the Eastern Valley. I was thinking we could talk to the guards here, make sure we're all good, have their permission to do some work.
That should be easy to accomplish.
And if we capture him, they can take custody of him.
We were given a wanted note, right?
Yeah, I have all the paperwork.
Then it should be easy enough.
Do you think that he was tied to Gomfix somehow?
Oh god, didn't Gomfix said that something about his god went about it from here. Who told us that? It was Embella.
Yeah, the golden lady. I mean, they could have also been referring to the mine. I haven't gotten any bad vibes since we got here, so the city itself might be clean.
Where the hell are my notes on config?
Which part do you want? I actually took notes on him.
Yeah, just what we were told about his like him learning about his god here or something.
Yeah, it was that he was originally from here and he split off and he moved to Aylesbury. He was a follower of Kala.
Kala. Izita, do you know anything about Kala?
I could ask the collective again. I didn't really give them very much space to answer the last time I sent them a message.
Oh yeah. My whole notes were Gomfex OG Collective is in Creekmont. I think you were away, so I asked Yazida if she knew anything about Kala.
Sorry about that. It's not a familiarity, but obviously, a lot of open worships are still kept more in private homes. You would probably have to ask around with some of more less trustworthy types if you're going to get any information on something that would be a lesser god. There's not even really temples here in Creekmont. So with that, later on, you do see the younger Dragonborn lady bringing in the various teas, obviously starting the fire to make sure that the pot stays warm. Pairing, as well as paired with the small tray table with the cups and the various teas. And with that, as she does stand up, you could tell that she probably didn't know before Zircon, but maybe her father told her as she went to accompany him in the kitchen. She does a deep bow with a very big smile towards you. You do sense that it is an honor to have one of the Festering with us today. Please, order as much as you'd like.
It is an honor to be a customer at your excellent establishment. Thank you. And I give her a bow back.
With that, you can see her very excitedly heading back towards her father. $10 platinums. Reputation grows. No!
Reputation increased. Fuck.
But obviously they do have the requested teams between green, black game, and the others that would be more rare. Not gonna lie, I'm not very familiar with tea.
That's fine.
I literally googled what teas do monks drink.
Probably chai tea.
The top one was Buddhist monk. Buddhist monks drink green tea.
Yeah. Green tea
is
white tea.
pretty good. I like green tea.
Yeah.
I do also like green tea.
Very
I
relaxing.
like mint tea.
The only tea I drink is green tea with lemon.
It's pretty good though.
So
Some chamomile would be nice.
they do have it.
I drink bubble tea.
Puts me to sleep.
Have to carry her around for the rest of the day. Alright.
Kel starts drinking.
Alright.
So are we gonna... Do we want to bother looking into this Kala figure?
I'm asking right now. I'll see if I get anything back.
Your spells.
Alright, let me look at that. Alright, in response back to you, Relax.
Mm-hmm.
Some still follow Kala in Creekmore. There is a grove. Let's see, double check there. In Linesborough. If need more help, seek the Grove Keeper. Be wary those from Rose.
Say Lions Keep.
Linesborough,
Linesborough.
which is the far northern ward on the outer edge.
Grove key.
I have to bully Tony. How dare you sit on my fucking bed?
Well, they actually just told me the other half what I was wondering. There's apparently some people here that I can ask for some help, so I'll go and talk to them when we have a bit.
So, obviously, as you take some time with that, and obviously have a nice cup of tea, Crump Steel, I would imagine you're probably wondering where everyone went. So you can roll a perception or an investigation if you like to try and find them. But as that is going on, Nebush will obviously return with the meat buns freshly steamed. There are some with the nice red bean paste that's on the sweeter side as she points them out. Obviously separate steam baskets, along with another that is obviously fresh from the Grand Farms. Not too far out, especially with the JT house here. You can tell that it's very easy to make sure that they have some of the better ingredients, especially for a nicely well-kept smaller establishment like this.
It looks amazing.
Of course, we only use the freshest ingredients, and I help my father and mother prepare them every day.
You will make them very proud then.
She gives a very deep bow and heads on back. Please ring the bell if you need anything else.
Of course.
And obviously, you can enjoy yourselves. Everything's very fresh. It is a pork meat bun. Still on the simpler side, but obviously needs to be not as spicy. You probably would like compared to your mother's cooking, baby, but still has a good amount of heat to it.
So much better than anything we ate on the ship.
All
I'm gonna
weird.
eat. And then meditation time.
Steamed bun. It's pretty good.
Alrighty. So.
Is that you and Nistri fighting over the last pastry piece?
Yeah, I would imagine these are probably not as bountiful portions that you're used to, Nustri, from the smoke pit that Mom used to give you.
Here's an entire boar, son. Eat it.
Thanks,
If there's any
Mom.
leftovers, I'll beat you.
Fuck.
Finish your boar, snout, or I'm not letting you have your second boar.
He's only gone through like a fifth of the bowl.
Please, let me have some water.
No.
Gives him big.
Here you go, son.
This here's some water.
He's 5.
This has water in it.
Somewhere.
We boiled away most of it to make it more potent.
Alrighty. Is Chrome Steel back?
And he's bullying his cat.
Yes. His cat. Jester's cat. Both cats.
Our
Probably
cat.
peed on something.
Probably. I'll throw up. It's usually one of those two.
One
Shit
after.
Yes, was a shit cat. Lovely boy. Absolutely precious little baby, but fucking little prick.
I am back. Had to feed him a pill.
A pill? Why does he need pills?
Because he won't stop throwing up everywhere.
Oh, so wait, what's the pill for? Did you guys take him to the vet or something?
Yep.
Oh, last time we took him to the vet, I reckon Dad must have lied to me.
Probably.
Yeah.
Chrome Steel. You could.
Did I find them yet?
You could do your passive if you want, or roll
Never.
percent. You could take 10.
Hey.
I mean, that's still better, but you kind of get a small sense that it is very, 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 very likely that towards the section of what seems to be a tea house.
No, they'll be expecting me here. I shall wait.
Alright.
I will wait in this market square indefinitely.
It just fucking works. Alright. So. As all of you are obviously taking a nice peaceful time to relax and kind of just take in the environment, how peaceful this place is. Zircon, as you're
Yes.
meditating, you do sense heavier footfalls, kind of like that of Warforged.
Oh.
Me?
But it's
Oh.
on the other side of the wall north of you.
Are they, like, moving around as if they're just pacing back and forth along the wall?
It's kind of an odd pacing, like they're measuring something out before you kind of weirdly enough, because these walls are not very tall, but it's enough to kind of like, you know, give privacy and block the view. There is a brief point where their head literally detaches and extends with their arm up high enough to look over the wall.
It's
Okay.
a pervert.
Interesting.
Especially with that brief interlude in action. You won't be surprised, but immediately after that, you hear the heavy thud of feet quickly pushing off the ground as the head moves back into position. And this is going to descend upon you as it leaps over the wall with relative ease and has a rapier in hand. It's
jeez.
about to strike at you.
Oh no.
Roll initiative.
Oh boy.
I knew going to a tea house was a bad idea.
Oh, jeez.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
It's the
Oh, I'm
Tea House
ready.
Mafia.
Yes.
I should have
Oh,
known
God,
there was people out to kill me. Can't be this famous and also be, alive.
Can't be this famous and breathe, boy.
He just wants to sign an autograph with your blood.
Yeah, man.
Blood autograph. Yeah.
These are This is my autobiography.
Autobots.
I see your streamers be right back right now.
Oh, I switched that back and forth. So I could show you that.
Oh,
It's
very
Cool.
Nice.
However, not cool. He's stabbing me.
Assassin.
Look, he has free rights. Don't oppress him.
Yeah, yeah, don't impress that.
He's about to oppress my right to live.
He's about to oppress your right to breathe.
The life card is about to be revoked.
If he breathes, he's a thought.
He's exercising his right to protest. There's just not very good formal protests in this world. It's normally done by just stabbing the people you don't like.
That's rather formal, don't you think?
I mean, I suppose in this case it's probably pretty formal. Like, he's well organized, he's got a nice hood.
He's got a sword.
He's not like just bumped into you on the street and stabbed you in like an alley or anything. Like, he's been pretty good about it.
What a man.
I'd give him a letter of recommendation.
I would as well.
Oh no, Neastri can't see this happening from his spot.
Definitely fucking hear shit.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you jump over the wall pretty quietly, I am also basically deaf, considering my awful scores.
But yeah, I feel like everyone should be surprised except Zircon.
I feel like you should be right. Unless his stealth was somehow terrible.
Well, that's why I said Zircon isn't surprised. That's why when he jumps over, it's immediately breaking out.
It's me going, oh no.
Yep.
Here we go.
Hold on. I went to refresh my Roll20, and it loaded me into the skies of the storm.
Nice.
Classic.
A classic blunder. For my turn, I drink some tea.
You know what I feel really bad about? Is that when I sat down, I would have put my weapon down so I could sit down comfortably due to its length.
You don't need a weapon. Your fists are a weapon.
Exactly. They do D6s now.
I'm coming after him with that dancing club. I'm gonna make him dance.
Dance, boy! Ah! Please, no!
I need to add the dancing club. Dance.
Of course, all of the music opens.
Where did I club? Oh, there it is. Good. I'm so pleased with myself that I actually recorded it. I like this. It's good combat music to die to.
Yes.
Excellent.
Alright. For that, the only one who isn't surprised because Zircon can actually sense it, Nistri, you would be surprised. Rylex, you're surprised. The assassin
Is surprised.
Surprised that I'm not surprised.
so yeah, he's definitely surprised that you're quite aware of his presence before he even landed, and he's going to make 2 of his rapier attacks at you.
Oh, jumps over the wall. Why am I here?
So an 18 and a 15, so the 15 will miss. But
Okay, but I will then immediately. He misses as a rock flies up and hits his rapier away.
Alright, so with that you can see the body kind of lurches back almost like in anger and frustration, and quickly rips the blade back. That. Over to Cal, which is surprised, and then Zircon.
I'm gonna do something that I've wanted to do for a bit now.
Mm-hmm.
Door.
Oh, no, we're not standing on Earth. It won't work. Damn it. It's fine. It's absolutely fine. Doorknob. I'm just gonna smack him because he's not actually in a position where I could do what I want to do. Trash compactor. Smack. As I build him.
Oh, you definitely do there.
Crunch. Oh, and crunch. Oh.
Jesus!
You come into this tea house.
I do the thing where as he goes to brandish his rapier again, I kind of grab one arm and then just clock straight up through the elbow to try and dislocate the arm, and then do a fucking backwards like open palm smash to the head.
Oh, fuck. Alright, so especially with that, you can even see like pieces of glass kind of splinter down from the various faceplate and other parts of its body. You could tell, especially for the positioning of this, it was not expecting for you to be able to retaliate at all. It thought it had the full drop on you.
Yep. You know what? You will bonus action. Use a flurry of blows on him. These are all non-lethal, by the way. I don't want to kill him.
Alright.
Let's try again.
The 12 will miss.
As I slap him one last time.
Heavy 6. Alright, and then will you stay in that position?
Oh, I stand here ready to. Who are you?
No response. Leoris, you are surprised, which also...
I'm requesting special permission to take a few steps towards the front door, because that's what I was already doing.
I mean, that's fine.
Okay.
Moving further away. Which I also forgot to add Yazida to. So...
Kind of stop as I'm hearing the noise. But should I go back?
Zircon's getting attacked as this guy's got the shit kicked out of him.
Well, I mean, I didn't see it.
It's true.
I just heard some noise. Went, maybe I should go see what that is.
You just heard bang bang. Who are you?
Who are you? Who are you? I'm Batman.
Batman.
I'm fucking Batman. I'm that man. Alright. And then top the round. I'll have to plug it. So, knee study.
Rather rudely, I'm going to grab my big old maul. I'm sitting down. Will that cost any movement?
I would say no, because it's just the sitting position. It's not like you were prone by anything.
Okay, well I'm gonna...
Alright.
Yeah, there we go. And just sort of scoop past Zircon and just be like, what? Like, are we fighting this guy?
Don't kill him.
Okay.
Alright. The 14 will just miss. As you think you have like a solid spot of where you would be able to strike him, especially when you see like Zircon smack it, his staff reaches out far enough, but with the maul, it barely like somehow, almost like a coil, pivot shifts its body and stretches out like a coil, and then immediately takes a stance once again.
I do get 2 attacks.
Alright, that one will hit, especially
Second swing.
predicting the further stretch of its estranged body.
And then, of course, non-lethal.
Alright. Will that be all? Knee study.
That is all.
No. Relax.
The slowest.
I'm getting there. Oh fuck, I'll get there. Woo!
No, I actually can't make it to the corner.
Yes, you can.
Can I see him?
Just barely. It would be a hard cover.
Okay. I stick my arm around the corner and ready in action to cast 3rd level magic missile.
Oh.
Oh man.
Stand down, whatever you are. The trigger being he tries to stab anybody.
Alright.
No, wrong. I was trying to look at the description for it.
Alright. So, with that, Yazida will see what's going on. Well, especially since she has a spell focus now, she's going to move up a little bit further to get a better view and Misty Step for her bonus action. Now that she actually has a fucking spell focus once again.
And then she casts a wish.
Whoosh!
Disintegrate.
I think you mean squeesh.
And then, especially now that she can actually spy this creature, well, she'll just hold a ray of frost at the ready.
We're pointing our guns at him. Stand down.
Cal.
Can run through teammates, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Alright, my weapons are on the ground, so I'm gonna grab my kunai with chain. Alright, Kasarigama.
Yep.
And sprint past everyone.
Just gonna get into the
He
wall.
can opportunity attack, I guess, if that's the thing, if he wants to.
He'll still try to. In which, Relax, your attack will also go off as he attacks his Cal. 15 to hit.
Okay.
Yeah.
No.
Alright.
1 sec, let me blast him. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Fucking ale. Alright, 18 damage. And you can see a huge chunk of metal falls off of this assassin. At this point, you could very clearly see that this is some kind of Warforged.
I deeply also hoped it would just kill him because it would have been funny. Stand down, stabs at Cal, gun. Gun.
Which, actually Yazida would actually hurl her Ray of Frost as well, so I need to make
Just
her...
fucking Zircon going, don't kill him, and then you just going, shotgun, bang!
Alright, so that will miss it as it freezes part of the wall.
Alright. As I sprint past and jump into the water, I will, actually I'll move up here. This water isn't very deep, I assume. It's just like
No, yeah, the literal peace pond.
Move up here. I'll swing my chain around and throw it right at his feet and attempt to trip him.
Alright.
Contested strength or acrobatics? Can I roll acrobatics for that? Or does it have to be my strength?
I would say, considering what you're using with the Kusarigama, I would allow acrobatics, because it still takes quite an amount of phonetic work to wield that.
Phew. Oh.
Alright, and then his acrobatics. He will actually be tripped.
Nice. And I'll like imagine it's like tied around his feet, and I'll try to tighten it for a grapple.
Alrighty. So. Alrighty. Will that be all just kind of holding that?
Yeah, I'm attempting to grapple Wallace down. I don't know if that's possible.
Alright. It would be, but bizarrely enough, you would assume that would usually be somewhat captured. But especially with the strangeness of this forged character, you could see that their body very quickly goes through a disassembly as parts of its segments kind of slender down, and literally its body segments to that almost looking equivalent to that of a naga. So one foot quickly swipes out as its foot flattens out to almost like that of a cylinder, and it segments itself. And you can see as it disengages and literally climbs up the wall with these strange segmented bodies.
Does it get half speed though? Because it was tripped.
That it does, but it is an assassin, so for his bonus action, he will dash.
Oh yeah.
So
Good luck with that.
he'll get
Good luck with that.
He'll get up there and then get the 30 feet in his disassembly form. I'm just saying that, like, that's the roof.
Is there any way we can do opportunity attacks and such thing?
Not
Disengaged.
No, not on the disengage.
Disengaged, okay.
Especially
That's right.
with the bonus action, which that is the 15-foot roof, which is why he only got the 30 moving away. And then Zircon.
Zircon, with his 40 feet of movement speed, is going to try to go after him.
All right.
He kicking off up the wall and just going straight up.
All right. So that would be 20 feet.
20 feet.
Yeah, because 15
I can
feet
go
up, moved forward 1.
Oh, yeah. And then I can... Then 15 feet here. Yeah!
Alrighty. So you quickly catch up to this almost serpentine-formed assassin.
Quickly catch up, and you know what? I don't know if it... No, you know what? I got shin braces on. I go for the quick slap with it. Oh, no. Oh, that's better. As I recover from that missed strike, or the one that bounced off him, I quickly do like a kind of drop down and quickly sweep the leg to try and trip him again.
Alright. Well, in the disassembly form, he cannot be prone.
That's okay. It was mostly flare.
But you do
Hit him for
sweep
another
the
10.
snake form of this Warforged assassin.
Oh boy. To which I will, use another key point to smack him another 2 times. Oh no. Oh no. But you know what? Let's go for inspiration here so I can re-roll that last one. Come on, baby. Yes!
There you go!
Oh, smack. And also, you know what? Let's stunning strike. Roll me a con save. Fuck you.
Alrighty.
The DC of which is 14, so it's not very high.
Better than mine.
He rolled a natural 20.
Well, damn.
That's a good thing he
It's
was
okay.
on that.
Yeah.
What's Cal like? What class?
Monk, also.
Alright, that's all of my abilities done.
You got the double dragon squad up in here. Alright. Leors.
I'm just gonna like come back over here, like, what's going on?
You can see.
Some octopus thing.
In the water?
No, on the roof. Zircon's chasing it. It tried to stab him, I think.
An octopus tried to stab Zircon.
Metal octopus.
Dr. Octopus.
I'll just start walking out so I can look for myself. That's my turn.
Alright. Alrighty. And then over to Misty.
Okay. So I'm gonna prop myself up against this wall and just sort of like prepare, like back against the wall, kneel down a little bit just so I can, and like fingers linked together so I can just launch someone up
Alright.
on like whatever's coming up.
Very cool.
Very cool.
4 AM stonk. Come on, get him!
Alrighty. Right.
I don't think throwing me is going to work very well.
Well, as in like you run up and then like, you know how you ever like try to get boosted up a tree and like
Oh, yeah, no, but it's more of
you
the
put
blob
your foot
form.
into like the hand and you like push up the hand or push up the foot.
Okay,
Yeah.
I know what you're talking about. I usually
Yeah.
climb trees like an idiot by myself. It's a
Not saying
solo
that-
suicidal activity.
But yeah, I would definitely align and get boosted.
I'll take the rooftop boost.
Alright. With that, you don't even need to make a check because Nistri is easily strong enough for
Just
just chucking everyone up there. I think the only person he would still need to make a check for is Leors, and that's just because of the heavy armor.
Okay. Now that I'm on the roof, I assume that didn't take an action. That was just my movement. So it probably took all my movement just to get here.
Yeah, pretty much.
I will main action dash just so I'm out of the way.
All right.
So I'll get to here.
Okay. So, this is where the fun begins.
Assassin numero dos.
Now this is pod racing.
Very clearly from the other rooftop, where Zircon you wouldn't be able to sense it, but Relax, you see it as it launches out of a window from a adjacent building towards the roof.
Oh no.
You could see that it didn't even have a running start. It seemed to just kind of recoil its leg and almost like a piston launch out of the window.
Bruh.
So,
Zircon, behind you.
Oh no!
Oh.
so it's gonna make its multi-attack an advantage.
Oh god. It's time to die.
Misses both horribly, especially that moment that Rylax like quickly said, "Look out!" You quickly took note of it, and like just the back of your naginata just fucking smacked both times as the rapier came in towards the back of your ribs.
Oh.
And now, a double surprised robot as they are sitting there like, well, what the fuck is going on here? This guy's supposed to be blind.
This guy's meant to be blind!
Wait, we were told we're killing a blind man at a tea shop. How was this so hard?
Why is he kicking our ass?
So Pimmeron will take you up on the boost because she is wanting to be using a spell instead of having to Misty Step again. So you quickly chuck her up there and she'll quickly step to the side. So that's
And if she just saw me in action right then, I think she'd like panties just gone.
Threw her so fast. I stayed where it was. God damn it.
just goes flying up there and you see the panties like come back down. Just
On the mystery's face.
not sure how I'm supposed to feel about this. So
Just to shake him off.
the spell that she is going to go for doesn't actually, no, she really can't do too much here. Unfortunately, she's going to have to go for another Ray of Frost because she doesn't have the other things that she requires for those. She could go for a very deadly fireball, but that's retarded.
It's retarded.
And even a lightning bolt in this circumstance would be probably far worse.
It's only, a nice tea shop. It's a roof. In a crowded city.
And her lord.
Firing, well, she's gonna go for the one that's damaged already. And miss. Fucking hell. That rolls then.
Come on, buddy.
Cal.
Alright. I'm just gonna sprint. Kick off the wall and then, without even really needing Nistra's help, I'll just, climb up his shoulder.
Alright.
Just
Jump up.
I'm not here, so you don't have to climb. Much.
That's 15, 15. 40. With 40, I can just get to this boy.
Nice.
Oh, and there are two of them now, so I'm gonna go ham and activate my arms of the astral self. Imagine I jump up and then just slam my arms straight down into this boy. It's only a 10-foot range.
Dexterity saving throw on this boy. He will fail. Takes
Takes that damage.
the full 9
And that's my bonus action. So for my main attacks, I don't have my staff, so I will just be using my force fists and just. Oh, there's supposed to be an advantage, so that'll be the first attack.
Yep, that'll hit for the first one.
And boom. Oh.
The 13 was.
Okay, so 7 force.
Alrighty. First, you can see both of these Warforged are now at the ends of where they were hoping to try and finish this quickly. That Zircon was separated for a brief moment. They don't look very hopeful at this current circumstance.
See a single oily tear roll down one of the faceplates.
Alright, this one will reassemble as he takes up the humanoid shape again. And they're still going to go for their goal of what they were made for.
Oh.
Both misses.
Deflecting every attack
This guy's not
with
dead.
my bare hands.
They ambushed behind Bruce Lee.
He's gonna bonus action disengage, as he's already heavily damaged. As he gets up to here, you could see, almost eerily, his legs kind of like coil back, like you saw before, Relax, for those who are on the roof. As his legs literally like fold back, almost kind of like a chicken leg, and then immediately launch him 20 feet across to the other end of the wall.
Wow.
Wait, did he attack and then disengage and then jump? It's pretty impressive.
Mm-hmm.
He's got some speed.
You could see why they were sent to basically try and take out Zircon.
Yeah.
So he is just out of sight, but he is also still just on the other side of the wall. Zircon.
I know where he is.
You do?
Yeah, let me just check how much, Oh, 1 second.
The power of their standing leap.
Can't believe I'm gonna miss all the XP.
I mean, you say that at the same time, Cromsteel, you can see some kind of noises going on over by this tea house, and then you see something land on the other side of the wall. So, you can definitely roll initiative at this point.
So what the fuck is going on over there?
Alright, yep, I'm here.
You see a fellow Warforged fleeing for his life.
I must help the Warforged. He's clearly intact.
He's very visibly damaged.
Sorry, I'm just, some step of the wind.
Run over and heal him.
Yes.
Am I
Oh, the
moving?
jump distance is doubled as well.
Hell yeah, baby. I'm not even gonna. Let's see. Yeah, and your jump distance is doubled. Yeah, I'm not even gonna disengage from this man. He can fucking try me.
Go for it.
As I'm going to jump and essentially fucking land on this man as a dash action.
Alright. So he'll try to stab you. Fucking critical fail. So he doesn't even get the chance. Literally, as he's like putting it out, you just fucking quick parry swirl the pommel of your fucking Naginata and just slap it away.
Oh, I don't even have the Naginata on me. That's down in the tea room.
Oh, that's true. He just fucking smacked it away.
I get straight down on this man, and as I'm coming down from the fall, I just belt him.
I'll definitely
And
hit.
Belt him again. But that second one would miss probably. So last key point, another con save for the stunning strike.
Alrighty.
Oh wait, that means if the first one gets off, the second one might hit.
21 to save. Jesus Christ.
No, he succeeds, but I do another 10 damage, non-lethal.
Non-lethal, especially with the non-lethal there, you can see like it's dodging, but then you quickly follow up and just immediately seems to power off.
Oh, excellent, excellent. That's my turn. I just pinned him to the ground.
Alright. Leos. You see Nisri waiting at the wall.
I mean, this looks like fun. Toss me too.
Okay.
Alright, roll me athletics. Which both of you can, because obviously...
I'm not wearing my armor, by the way.
You're
I
not
don't wear it in.
Alright, well then you don't even have to worry about it. You just get tossed up. Because it would just...
I haven't been wearing it since, like, the fight with the Awakener.
Thank God it's not you getting assassinated.
Yeah.
Alright, so Nisri's, you're easily able to toss Leoris up to the roof there.
Yeet.
Can hear everyone downstairs like, what the heck's going on?
I don't see any octopus.
Yeah, you see a
Metal
cloaked
man.
metallic man. Would be, if it weren't for the other parts of its body segments, you would assume it's just an assassin until it turned around and showed that it is clearly Warforged.
Well, he seems pretty dodgy. Hold person?
Alright. So, hold person, wisdom saving throw.
Yeah. Oh, good.
So, alright. So, as you feel the magic connect with this estranged assassin, you feel like it's connected with the target, but it doesn't look like he's even slightly affected.
Curious.
AKA, you get the feeling that they're immune to the paralyzed condition.
Yeah, I mean, I figured it had to be that, given that we ruled them as humanoids in the first. I was just like, well, it's not that.
It's Crom
They
Steel.
turned into that snake form, so they're not humanoid anymore.
Everybody knows once you're part snake, you're immune to magic.
Well, literally to get to that part of the snake, it was like almost magnetic, where literally their bodies segmented and separated.
I can't believe these guys, with all their advantage on me, didn't hit me once.
Yeah, fucking seriously, what the fuck?
I have godlike reflexes.
Literally chased down the assassin and knocked him out.
Chrome Steel, you see Zircon jump from the rooftop, land there, and immediately knock this Warforged out.
Alright, I do a full sprint down the alleyway. Zircon, I finally found you. What is going on here?
Assassins tried to take my life. The others are still fighting on the roof. This one tried to escape. Do not worry. He should still be alive. I have noticed.
Ruh-roh.
I did not want to kill them. I figured you wish to talk to them.
You are right.
Nistri.
Okay, now I will climb.
Yeah, go ahead and just roll me a very basic athletics. It's easy enough.
Hoik.
Yeah, relative ease. You just quickly, like, hand over hand, grab onto the wall, grab onto the roof, and you're just right up there.
How much movement does it take to do that?
It's 15 feet, so you would have another 15 once you get to Leoris.
So, 3.
Yep.
I will whack. Non-lethal.
Alright. 22 hits. Alright. Smash and rock another part of his body. As you can see, it's trying to be stable, but obviously looks jittery. You can tell that it easily discerns why the other one had so much trouble.
That's a good point. The roof must be pretty strong.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Has to be.
it's a good establishment.
I'll have to compliment the builders later.
You will. Especially since this isn't even like the high tier of society. A well-built home.
I guess for my turn, I ready an action to cast second level magic missile.
Alright.
Please stand down. I won't miss.
Alrighty. So with that, this one, shuffling back and forth nervously, you could see, does something as a bonus action, and you see what looks like almost lights chambered down the side of its torso.
Uh-oh.
And then it immediately goes to strike at Nistri and Cal, which you can fire at the Rylax.
It's gonna explode.
Why does nobody listen to me? Come on, just surrender.
Oh, big mean.
Just
Holy
Holy shit.
Stop. Oh god, that's a...
My magic missile rolls are so good.
Fucking Christ. Like, seriously. Alright, Cal's and then Nistri. The both will miss. They've rolled terribly on their attacks. But seems to excuse me, refuse to move.
Then Josh dice are charging for later.
Pimmerin will quickly move around to kind of prevent this thing from leaving. So that she is going to quickly strike twice at this creature. Not the greatest. Her long sword, obviously she doesn't have the time to really do much for that.
I may need to piece out soon.
I know you have act throwing to a ton, don't mind us.
It's not axe throwing, I
Yeah,
swear.
oh, sure. I swear it's not axe throwing, Dan. Damn it, son.
Don't worry, every time you leave, Nistri gets to have like 30 more drinks.
Fuck yeah.
He'll go pass out at the bar. Alright, and then Cal.
Alright, Cal's just gonna go in. Don't have my stuff, so all of these attacks are gonna be with my ghost fists. So with my action, bam bam.
Alright, both of those will hit.
And I'm going to flurry of blows. Bonus action, bam bam.
The 19 will. Alright.
Ooh. Yeah, I'll try a stun strike. DC's only 13 though.
Alrighty, so wait. Where did I just had it. Alright.
Con
17. So unfortunately it resists.
Damn.
Alrighty. this boy out cold. Zircon.
I have faith that my companions can deal with the guy up there, so I'm going to sit here and help Cromsteel keep this guy subdued, if need be.
Alrighty. Leos. This one got lights.
Yep. But I don't know what that means, so.
Yeah, I forgot. It sounds like there's a mild possibility it's gonna explode.
Yeah, I feel like that's probably the case.
It's like, is it lightly whirring?
No, but you do hear the charge of almost something that you're not really familiar with, almost like if the air were vibrating with energy.
Yeah, that's what I was going for. Yeah. Old Cly.
Is it? Oh wow, that's really dark and hard to see. Attempt to smack him with my spiritual weapon.
Alright.
That did not roll very well.
Unfortunately, yes, that will miss.
But I will also attempt the bonk maneuver.
Bonk.
Long sword. Yeah, that one. Bonk maneuver. It was only slightly better.
Unfortunately, that will still miss.
And that's really all I can do.
Alright, Cromsteel. Keeping eyes on that boy.
Kneel down and I use 25 lay on hands points. No, I'm kidding.
Stands back up and
legit
tries to
thought you were
stab
serious.
Zircon right on the spot. No!
I'll just hold him. I'll do a grapple.
Alright. Nistri.
Bonk. Nope.
Miss
Oh.
and hit.
Again, non-lethal.
14. See another chunk dent inward. Obviously. The lights get ever brighter.
I don't like
Doesn't
that.
seem good.
Maybe it does more damage the more we damage.
Heal him. Heal him quick.
Alright. Over to relax.
Well, I'm gonna roll an intelligence check on myself to see what I think about this. Highs, I think it's going to explode. Pretty middle of the road.
I would say that it would be, yeah. Yeah.
10 is like baseline DC.
Yeah, you're 50-50. You feel like this might be a charge up spell or might be something else really bad.
Is he doing nothing other than just standing there? Like he's just given up fighting with his weapons?
He has shown absolute refusal to move from the spot and is almost kind of welcoming everyone to move in.
He was stabbing us though.
I would like to walk over and push him off the roof.
Contested athletics for the shove.
I'm very good at this, don't worry.
So with that,
Well, okay then. You just went. You fell over.
I stumbled into him on the roof because I don't have very good footing. I just fell into him and he fell off.
Oops.
I'll be prone. I end my turn.
and then I also need to roll an acrobatics since he pushed off.
Dies from fall damage.
Hits the ground, dies, explodes.
Would you like to roll a d6, Rox?
Yes, I would.
6. Roll 6.
Oh, kill him.
Yeah.
Oh, that's 15.
Wait, why are you rooting for us, Cromsteel?
No.
All right.
Stab Zircon in the back.
So, especially with that, as he's pushed off, Alex, all of you on the roof, as well as Zircon, since you're around the corner, see this thing fall off the roof, and immediately upon hitting the ground,
God.
Amazing.
I knew it.
at that point, Crumpsteel, you hear this as well very clearly. The wall will take, because thankfully it's 15 feet down.
Oh my fuck.
Is it only a 15 feet explosion?
For that, the wall will take 15 damage, fire, and with that, it is the spread of it, from what you can tell, is 5 feet.
Oh my god, I think you killed him.
I did?
Good job. You got to kill him. Like wet squelches, I slap him on the shoulder.
So, that was a lot of fire.
So Cal, you see down below, for the remaining body parts of this assassin are clearly thrown all over the place, and the whole torso is gone.
Are we jumping out of combat? Yeah, I want to try to find his head.
I'm gonna get my ass back down to the bottom.
I'm so proud that I just did that. I pushed a man off the roof.
Well done.
It was enough to drop him to 0, which he's basically got the explosive core trait, where when activated, he detonates on either being subdued or dead.
Oh.
What
much
about the other one you have subdued?
You did see he took a bonus action to activate his core.
Yeah. I'm just saying that one's going to explode the second it wakes up.
I tie him up with rope.
Are you looking for this guy's mask?
I inform Cromsteel of how ineffective that might be, due to his strange body.
Just not
What
to
if-
tie it up then.
What if you tie him up in like shibari stuff?
Yeah, just do a Takarakoto.
I'm afraid I don't know what you're talking about.
Sorry, Takarakote.
Go ahead and roll me an investigation, Cal, for finding where his face basically went.
Maybe it's more of a trial thing.
Unexpectedly, Nisru knows exactly what you're talking about.
I was not taught this in training.
You're able to find his head 20 feet away. That seems to have been thrown into some of the bushes nearby.
I'm taking that.
No, put me down.
With that, Yazida will walk over to the other edge as the rest of the family is like
You held me down.
very concerned of what's going on. Yazida calls out and like, Zircon, are you there?
History?
Yes, I'm fine.
Oh, yes.
What are you doing with that weapon?
Execute Order 66.
60 blinks.
Take the other assassin over to you.
Alright, you do see the remains of the other assassin.
I'm gonna go inside during this for a minute. I humbly apologize for any damage that has happened to your estate. I give them like 40 gold.
As long as you're alright, my lord, I'm so sorry that this has happened.
It is not your fault. Please. No burden should be placed on your own heads for this. I hope this is enough for you to fix anything that has been damaged.
I'm not too worried about the property, I'm just more concerned for you and your friends.
We appear to all be fine. Thank you.
See, finally come on over and jump on down.
After compensating them, I'm gonna quickly go out here and observe my would-be killers. And I'm gonna quickly grab my dinner downstairs and bring it upstairs. So, be right back a sec.
Josh, did you say when it was lighting up, was that like its arm or like its whole body?
The torso, like 2 chambers going down
Okay.
the side.
Careful with that thing, Zircon. Likely it'll explode the second it wakes up.
It is worth the risk for any answers we may gain.
Just so you guys can have what they look like.
Very lean.
Big Beams actually came across that image on Pinterest just now.
No way.
Can't believe somebody tried to kill Zircon.
Not very big surprise on the front of. I would imagine other families might have a history with the Rastrams.
When you have a very successful business, you make some enemies.
Did not realize he was this famous.
You haven't seen every single person in the city bound to him.
Enough to warrant assassinations.
Seems like it.
Well, if he's that well known, they probably all think he's blind.
If he's that well known, how do they not know he's not blind?
Maybe they're just dumb.
That's probably the secret.
Crunchitize me, Captain.
Ask him when he comes back.
Yes.
He's busy talking with the owners.
Fuck.
Fuck.
What was that fucking the kobold's name? The one that works for Zircon's family.
I believe it was Trevik.
Trevik? No, that's
Trevik.
No,
that's,
No,
that's
not
the guy from fucking.
Trevik's the god that comes to play sometimes.
that's right.
It was Pays.
No. No.
He had like a really short name.
I don't think I wrote that.
He doesn't
Sorry.
exist in my notes because I only take notes of things I can actually sketch.
I didn't write it down.
Man, I don't know the last time when the last time we updated the book of people was.
There's been a lot of people introduced.
Yeah, the last time, the last thing on the list in here is the ex-captain of the guard.
It's because I was the one updating it. I've switched to a text document instead of that because it's much easier.
I see.
I can put my secret notes on it.
Secret, secret. You've got a secret.
Scrat!
Oh,
Scrat.
right.
It is.
His name was Scrat! I was just going through the chat log and I found the message where I said, I sent Scrat another message! I was like, I knew I wrote it.
Where is our loot trove physically located?
Holy shit, there's so much stuff in there.
Yep.
Didn't all those, like, items get sold already?
Nope, I organized it and we never sold them.
No, those are all made availably there. Like no one's done anything on this. Now, which Relics, I would imagine you have the Trident of Fish Command and all that.
Yeah, because we
I
discussed
don't think we
about,
should give Wonder Magic missiles to someone with little ranged capability.
Probably.
I think actually you took that, didn't you, Cromston?
No, I don't have it. That said, there are 4 of us that have very little ranged capability.
Yeah,
I have-
one of them should have it.
I have very little.
Yes, both paladins and both monks.
Maybe we should also go sell all of this crap instead of lugging it around everywhere.
Okay,
Yes.
I think it's fair that we should roll for the Wand of Magic missiles.
okay,
Do you
I'll
want
join
on
in
its
the roll
system?
so I can give it something I want to.
Pretty high start.
Fuck.
Ooh.
Lowest wins.
No, wait.
What a shame, looks like Nistri wins.
Damn.
So I put the -10 on there before you said lowest wins. Because I was like, I'm just rolling for greed.
That would be a -20, sir.
Need agreed.
Also, can we split this gold and stuff that I didn't know existed?
Yeah, I guess we should.
Oh yeah.
Maybe do that after we sell
Okay.
the rest of the
After.
crap.
Okay.
Well,
Everybody
we're
hold
waiting for
horses on the
Zircon.
All of that gold was from the trove the kobolds gave us.
Didn't
Yeah.
we give that to the city?
Ah,
Yeah, so we probably
Yeah.
don't have that.
Oh fuck! God damn it! Screw those guys. They don't need it.
Yeah, they do. We promised them that we would give some.
No.
They definitely need it. What with the entire treasure all that stuff.
I mean, not to mention that all that treasure, except for like the 2 items at the end, were also all part of the stuff the kobolds gave us.
So we left that at the city too?
I
Took the
mean,
items.
it depends how much you guys left with them, because I wasn't part of that, so...
I would have voted to give all of it to the town.
Same.
So I'm gonna delete everything that came from that treasure trove.
Yes, just delete it.
Okay, that's gone.
Not the magic items, though, right? Should we take those?
Obviously, kept
We're
the
really
magic
bad
items.
at that.
Okay.
That can be our payment. Okay, so we have 50 gold in trash,
Well,
and then
excellent.
we
No
do
one
also have
uses
adamantine
chain,
chainmail. Does anybody want? I'll wear
Primarin?
it.
Or Gazeta?
My armor is
I mean,
better than chainmail, but it's not
I'm-
adamantine.
I'm gonna unironically say if none of us want it, we should probably sell it. That's just
Yes.
probably worth at least 1,000 gold.
Yes.
I think Nistri might still have chainmail.
No, I've got splint.
Ah, never mind.
Oh, do you know any ways that we could sell this?
I've got a good, I met this dragonborn. They love to collect, interesting items.
Do you think they'd want this?
They wanted my random gemstones, my spyglass, and my oil of etherealness. They will probably want this adamantine armor.
That sounds like a good start set.
Also, I joined their bank.
What's a bank?
I don't know, but it sounded interesting.
You guys know what banks are.
Hello, 6 intelligence.
That's
back.
actually fair.
Okay,
I'm.
now back
Okay.
to the real timeline.
Ooh.
What do you mean the real
Well, we
timeline?
started talking about random shit because we wanted to ask you stuff.
Oh, okay, yeah, sure, go ahead, ask.
Also, you need to roll a 1d100 in case you want the magic missile wand.
Oh,
He can't see.
I
God,
can't
yeah,
see it. I
let's not
actually
give that
can't
to
use
me.
it.
Literally
The
stipulates a
stipulation is
target you
we
can
need to
see.
Okay, it's fine.
I'm sorry,
I
but
know
then...
what they look like.
Oh, Jesse, roll!
Roll!
Just for greed's sake, we'll
Well,
roll!
if it's for greed, it's -10. Oh my god.
Yeah!
Wow, you rolled 100.
You would have got it anyway.
Weird.
No, I wouldn't have. I cheated. I was just kidding.
I mean,
Oh, rolling one. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I rolled 100. You told me to roll 100, so I did.
the lowest roll wins. Question mark. Give it a crow. Give it a crow.
He has tremor sense. That's sight, right?
I have tremor sense and blind.
He has
sight.
very short range ability to see things. I'm pretty sure the one's range is like twice his sight.
It's like
Yes, it's
120.
better off utilized by someone who has real sight. You want a lie detector? It's me. You want someone to point out like a battalion at like a kilometer away? That's not me,
If
Chief.
something's close enough for Zircon to see it, he can probably just go punch it.
Which is straight up more effective.
It's Chrome Still or Relax. And I feel like Relax would probably use it more.
I feel like Crom should have it, honestly.
Crom needs it as a backup. I have plenty of spell slots.
He needs that backup get.
Backup ranged weapon.
Backup kit. Yeah, my ranged capabilities are javelin.
Yeah, if something...
Actually, you can't.
You just go bang!
Actually, you can't use the wand of magic missiles, as it's an offense, a blatant offense to your god. For that one time, he got catted by those two goblins.
Stride. Purely.
I like snap the wand of my knee. My religion hates magic missile.
The Gatling
like the-
get.
That is the complete opposite of Eurus' religion. The only ranged attacks they like are magic missile.
No, don't worry. Iron Stride ain't Bill. He's not gonna snap the magic missile wand just because he sees magic. Bill would though. Bill fucking hates magic.
It's not like
Bill's got
Bonlin
no
with us to half of wonder. So,
Fucking hate that thing.
you hate it, but it's what got you back home originally. So, where will you take him? Or, well, question mark it for the time being, as obviously you have to wait for it to wake up. Or will you attempt waking him up with a healing spell?
Okay, here's my plan. We go into an explosion-resistant area, such as a field. And then I put 1 hit point into him and we see what happens.
There must be police around here somewhere, right?
Question, what are you expecting him to say?
He will tell us who sent him and why.
The other one was willing to blow himself up.
Also, Chrome Still, you weren't here, but the whole time they were fighting us, you didn't say a single word. Possible that they can't even speak.
Okay, so very low chance for any leads, and what if we give them to the authorities?
It'd probably
Maybe they can-
explode in a prison cell.
That is even less leads.
Well, maybe if we take him to the authorities, they'll recognize some of the marks on him.
We could simply do that after we try.
We just drag him in the middle of the street. Nothing in range.
Seems like a bad idea.
Alright. So do you drag him into the middle of the street?
Into an open bit where it won't hurt anyone if he explodes.
Alright. So you kind of choose
It will
like a...
only damage floor.
So you choose a side street that's wide enough and just stone and such. You do get a few questioning looks from people who've passed by you. But, you do find it.
Paladin business.
God damn it.
Jedi business, go back to your drink.
You do see a few people kind of like hurry on after they see that. And, obviously if you're looking for marks to find yourself, you can go and roll investigation on his body if you like.
I will.
you can easily do that, as you also have the one that had disassembled himself via explosion.
Anybody want to give me advantage?
Yes.
Ah,
Oh,
Alrighty. So, Relics, you very easily, especially with some assistance, and the disassembled body, you find very quickly a unique symbol. It looks like a diamond that's being crushed within a dragon's claw. Clearly a maker's mark.
is it like emblazoned into the metal so that you could actually feel it?
Yes.
I will hold it up to Zircon and say, "Can I have your hand for a second?"
If it has indentation, I should be able to see it.
You can.
I will place your hand onto the indentation.
Okay. Yep, I touch it.
If you would like, roll me a history, Zircon.
Sure. No.
This emblazoned album kind of escapes your purview for the time. Obviously, with a lot of emblems, they had to be custom made. You just assume that this might be one that your parents might have not mentioned, or maybe has possibly bad blood. But your heraldry you are not quite familiar with on this one.
I have no recollection of this symbol. I'm sorry.
Can I try?
Oh, who would put their symbol on an assassin?
Someone sending a message.
It's possible that this is just whoever they bought it from, not who sent it.
Watch this. Fuck yeah.
Alrighty.
I know everything.
Relics, yours would have been a lot harder, but you fucking nailed it with a 25. You know, especially since this is a maker's mark, it is specifically that of forge mastery. Especially with this is a particular family pertaining, well, very likely to someone in Creekmont, but you have heard some rumors previously due to old memory from, well, your grove, as I should say.
Yes.
So you would know that the Forge Master for this one, in the particular sign, is Fenkid Tezier, master replicator of heraldries and ancient works.
So some guy made a replica of another person's design, essentially.
Yes, which is also why there are some newer Warforged as well, as obviously he had recreated some, but this seems like definitely an improved upon design.
Oh, this is, I'm familiar with this guy's work.
You are?
Yeah, their family's actually here in Creekmont.
I'm not sure why they would send assassins after me.
Well, all this really denotes is that they made it. Doesn't mean that they actually sent them after you.
They would know who the order was for then, perhaps.
we should definitely go ask them.
And do they have like serial numbers or something?
For that, no. Usually for Maker's Mark like that, that's usually enough for a detailed sign alone. As doing a Maker's Mark like that, especially for that amount of detail, is extraordinarily difficult to emblazon onto metal.
Are you gonna actually give me the spelling of that insane name?
I am.
Thank you.
Thank you, kind sir.
Ways. I never would have thought to spell it like that. Yeah, well, we'll have to. I don't actually know where he lives, but he makes replicas.
I'm sure if we ask around, we'll find out. Besides, they're probably further in the crafting district. That is my bet.
Well, do we want to drag this one all the way to the crafting district then?
It might be worth it. But it is also dangerous.
I will carry it. If it will damage anybody, it will be me.
Are you sure of that?
Yes.
Very well then. We shouldn't waste any more time. I'm sure whoever sent those was either trying to kill me or judge my skills. Either way, I'd rather not linger.
We better grab our things and then go.
Alrighty. Heading towards the crafting district. As it is still within the main jumble of Creekmont. You can see that the JT house, the wall is not too badly damaged, but there are a few pieces of metal embedded in the wall. But it could have been far worse if it was directly on the roof with the clay tile.
That's why I threw him off the roof. I was just like, this is gonna be really fucking messy if he blows up on the roof.
It's alright, I reimbursed them. We're good.
Yeah. It's easy enough to get enough grout to cover over the damage and fix the wall.
Plus, then you can talk about that time that rich dude's son was nearly an assassination attempt.
But
And he promptly kicked their ass.
Yeah. He's as amazing as they say. And his friends.
Oh no.
He comes up behind you trying to stab you, and you're just like, I'm sorry, you're the one being assassinated.
So,
But not even looking at them, call an ambulance. But not for me.
so the crafting section is to the far northern end of Creekmont in the Lions Borough. The Espada Ward is also known as the Sword Ward, as many families that are either part of the Guard or the very army of Creekmont, or even some that have heraldry or history as elite honor guard towards many of the noble houses and families just within the inner wall, obviously live in this section. You could tell that if there were criminal activity going on here, it's probably the most foolhardy thing you would ever see. The roads are kept extremely well. The main stretch is kept clear so people can traverse very cleanly. Many of the houses themselves do have well-kept and respectable gardens. Even for some, as you do see the occasional regiment or watch that goes up and down these roads, either heading to the various sections that they protect, are obviously paying respect as they pass by you occasionally, Zircon.
Yep.
All this fucking ass kissing.
So much ass kissing.
But you can tell that after getting midway from the Espada Ward, the Lions Borough, you could tell is aptly named, as this turns back to more of like serfs, kind of families or farmers are the people who are working. And even though obviously there's still a good stretch that is kept clear, the closer you get to the docks, the more rough and unscrupulous types clearly show. And towards the very midsection, literally just south of the sign itself in the main center here, is where many of the craftsman guilds are, as this is the far northern sections where wood, lumber, ores, and other things come from the north and other mountain regions. So, looking around for Fenkid's main workshop, go ahead and roll me a persuasion, as towards this section, not everything is very clearly labeled. A lot of the guild signs don't have names, but they go by icon alone.
Did you mean perception?
Perception would be work just as well.
Oh, okay. I just thought you misspoke. You said persuasion. I mean, you know, you can go for it.
Yeah,
I can assist with perception.
persuasion is like asking a few groups of people that seem on the more trustworthy side.
I think I'll skip
I can
around
give
would be better.
I can give advantage to your persuasion checks. I am also trained. I believe in you. Pick one.
I can do it.
Alright.
You have advantage. Do it. Do it twice.
Do it twice. Do it better.
Do it again.
Yes! Alright. So, finding very quickly Fenkid Tezier's shop, you can see that there is the very familiar emblazoned on the sign, one dragon hen crushing a very detailed diamond from the looks of it. You can see what looks almost like maybe even diamond dust was purposely put onto this sign to give it a more proper shimmer and shine. This area, obviously there's still quite a few rough types looking around, but you can tell this is like guilds looking out for other guilds. So unless you're a part of the guild and you try and fuck with someone, they're probably all going to collectively wreck your shit. You can tell that even though they each have their profession, they look out for each other because they're obviously permitted and certified to work in and out of Creekmont and represent them in their crafts. Yes. As you are carrying him as well, it's close to this time as you guys hurried through. The Warforged is waking up.
Uh-oh.
So,
Back everyone.
I draw the horny club.
as you do take a look at it, it is clearly damaged, but also was initially knocked out. It very quickly tries to squirm free. How are you keeping this? Are you holding it tight, Crumb Steel?
I will hold tight, and I will say, do not be alarmed. We are returning you home.
He is now more alarmed.
Alrighty. Alright, so with that, go ahead and make me a contested athletics check if you're going to hold him, because he's going to try and acrobatic his way out of this.
Squirmy little fuck.
Alright, you're holding him for the time being. At that point, you do...
Do I need to knock him out again?
No. Calm yourself. You do not need to die here.
With that, you can see the lights, one of the eyes that are damaged from the fight previous from Zircon cold cocked him upside the head. You still see the lights kind of narrow, almost like just slits, like he's narrowing his eyes, air quote, towards you.
I repeat myself. Calm yourself. And then I will slowly, like, put him down.
Alright. And I assume
Gonna stab me.
I assume you had rope on him? Well, I assume you took the rapier.
No, I was told not to, because it's useless.
Wow.
Alright. As you put him down, he does kind of look at all of you, and then promptly disassembles and fucking disengages and bonus action dashes away down a very narrow crevice.
Is he immediately out of sight?
Just about, and the only real person.
I'll run my 30 feet and shoot him with the magic missile.
Oh dear.
Oh no.
I was also going to shoot him.
I can use my action to just dash after him.
No, he had his chance.
Alright, so go ahead and fire.
Okay.
Well, he's
He
got
has a
one
danger
health,
of
don't
that.
Yep. It's just fun.
he? Okay.
Alright.
Oh my god.
So especially with that, you can see the snake form that he was in quickly ceases movement. It is a very narrow between the buildings 6 inches, which is enough for him to move. The only real person that can actually get to his body right now is Rylax. Or unless Zircon wants to move stone walls.
But he didn't explode, did he?
Nope.
Well, that's nice.
Have to activate that then, don't you? For it to explode.
For that, is this what you can tell?
Apparently.
Do you want me to go get his dead body?
I do not think it would be appropriate for me to deconstruct and reconstruct the buildings around here for that purpose.
Okay, I'll be back in a second.
That seems like it was very wasteful.
It was given a chance, and though it said nothing, we still learned.
I'll go squeeze between the buildings and go grab all the parts.
It was
toss
probably
them out.
terrified.
Oh, now it's dead.
Raxiel just starts squeezing in between the building. It's not the smallest that Raxiel can go, but like, Rylax. Fuck, I did it to myself again. Rylax goes in deeper. It's very comical from if somebody were to look at the front of Rylax, because it's just like that very squished face moment as you wiggle down the very narrow 6-inch alley and grab on to the end of this thing and start pulling it out.
I will wait at the edge to assist pulling it out.
This looks like fun.
Look, something shiny!
I mean, he could.
Sniper eyes.
Alright, so
It
Sniper here.
shapeshifts to be way thinner.
Rylax just fucking wiggles back out. The very lengthy now Warforged Assassin that's unfortunately now deactivated. No life left. The spark is gone.
I am sorry you had to do that.
Alright, I have to leave now. Bye.
Nistri goes gets
Goodbye,
drunk.
Nistri.
He will find a random tavern for the time being and get fucking crunk near the Vermilion Throne.
Sounds good. Sounds good.
That was
Oh, yeah.
regrettable, but I feel I did not have a choice. For it made its own choice.
At least it didn't explode.
That was very fortunate.
We should take it to the crafter.
Yes, we will still bring it to the crafter, though it will not be alive.
So go to Fenkitezir. A more modest looking kind of small shop from what you can tell. Let's see.
Diamond.
the fist crushing a diamond is a good reminder.
Hey, you can fast revivify, can't you?
Yep.
Could be useful. Who knows?
Yeah, who knows when some more paper might come back into the room.
Shelly Cinderwater comes in. I'm gonna fuck you up. Alrighty. And we'll say Nistri got distracted and went to check out some of the meateries and spices. Alrighty. So, obviously running a more modest shop, but with plenty of working space. As you walk in, you are immediately greeted by the various smells of worked metal, unique kinds of grains, as well as a few other interesting curios, but obviously a lot of metalwork that has been done, all extraordinarily fine. Over at the counter, you can see what looks like a few baskets of fruit, another kind of 2 roots as well, that have been set out with other finer works, along with what looks like a small pastry rack. Greeting you from behind the counter with a very wide smile, you see this silver dragonborn, a little more fancifully dressed. Not entirely what you expected. You would assume that he would probably be more in finery. It looks like he is still kind of dressed in almost like traveler's garb in the way, from the looks of it. But especially with that, as you go to walk in, welcome to the Crushed Diamond. Is there any particular skills that you're looking for, or a unique piece?
We seek information.
In particular, identification.
We believe that you aided in making this.
Throws Warforged on the table.
I don't throw it, I like gently place. Respectfully.
Respectfully place him. Which table? Because you could tell like almost all the counters here are filled to the brim with tools.
Not wanting to be rude, I take it to the open one, which is coincidentally right in front.
Alright. He looks a little surprised at this. Checks the helmet and on. Previous purchase from... what was it? There was a few other people that had requested this, but it was a copper and bronze dragonborn, as well as they had another black dragonborn with them at the back, but he seemed more interested in the various grains and cookware.
Black Dragonborn?
Yes. There was basically a curiosity to my work, and they had requested that I make some, well, various style of Warforged. Paid a good amount of coin for it. I hope these were to expectation. It seems the other mechanic part was not really active. I mean, I could also make some improvements upon your current protector. He kind of like gestures towards Chrome Steel.
I would not get the incorrect idea. This one is of his own free will. However, I am happy to say that the one on the bench in front of you failed in its duties, as its duties were to assassinate me.
I see. I apologize for that. That's not what they were really meant to be doing, but more or less guarding the three that were originally in here.
How much does one of these go for?
For the more simple designs of one of these, I usually charge around 20,000 gold. That, or if you have usually the assemblies, that includes even the core of one. Usually they're just more scrupulous, but people prefer already powered cores, as the process of getting new ones is frowned upon. So I have quite a few, as you can see, points to one of the displays that he has that have very heavy locks on it, and you can tell very easily that there is enchantment on the glass to prevent people from breaking into it. Previous Warforged cores, so basically effectively chrome steel, you're looking at a display of Warforged hearts.
20,000 gold and not a single shred of paperwork. Seems mighty irresponsible.
Oh no, I assure you, I have the paperwork.
Would you be obliged to share that? And we don't really take kindly to assassination attempts.
Well, I could definitely help you with that. Obviously, these things are rather frowned upon. I can see that he is looking a little nervous, especially if, immediately after the FactorCon that you said that he's a free Warforged.
I do want to insight this man. I am just every sense focused on him to find any subtle shifts in his body, the way it works, so that way I know if he's lying or hiding or trying to deceive anything.
All right. Go ahead and roll me an insight. Alright. So, with that, he is going to pull out his booklet. Obviously, various ledgers. You can see that he has a full crate of these. Previous orders that have been filled out, and obviously various templates that are incomplete, but just to mark the outer shell of what each person has ordered. You can tell that, let's see, as he's shifting through these papers, he seems more unnerved at chrome steel.
I am very intimidating.
But other than that, his heartbeat is, aside from looking at chrome steel and getting a little nervous, eerily calm.
Right.
Like, you would know that most people, especially for this factor, would be more nervous on the representation of, like, somebody saying, like, hey, your shit tried to kill me. He does not seem to miss a beat, but he also... it feels like he's telling the truth, where he's pretty much said, like, he has the exact ledger of who these people were.
Right.
So for the copper is Krupil Solzan.
That is the one that ordered this?
As well as the bronze. Dem rustic Hukax. Both of these Dragonborn, as he hands over the ledger and purchase that he was requested to make 4 Warforged like these. Obviously of varying degrees, but as he just kind of looks over and like, I would definitely press that one of these is good that you were able to subdue it. Very good, as in all honesty, there is a particular design that, well, Demrostic requested of the self-destruction.
I'll pull the head out of my bag. That's what shot, and I'll be like, yep.
And almost kind of like lost in a proud smile for a brief moment, and then he quickly recomposes himself. Just, it did work. Sorry.
Took pretty long to explode, though. You might want to work on that.
Duly noted. Do you think I could possibly jot down a couple of notes on how well it operated? I never really get the chance to see them fully in action.
Well, I gestured towards everyone. The 2 of them didn't manage to land a single hit.
Right.
So, some 20,000 gold.
With that, you see he's a little saddened by that statement, but at the same time he does jot down it's very easy to see here because it's basically on the desk next to this thing of improve basically the ocular section of the faceplate. Yeah, Zircon, you don't you get the sense of what he's writing, but
I'm more focused on thought of those names of Dragonborn. He said, I don't know if I know any, if any of them ring a bell in the slightest.
There's only 2, but for the 2 of those, let's see, Demrostic, well, actually, yeah, no, unfortunately, you would not really know any of those. Those are, unfortunately, not really anywhere high in the order. It's more a lower.
Yeah, lesser well-known families.
Yes. Other than that, they did arrive here to pick up on it. Obviously, hefting around without another friend, as he kind of like gestures questioningly towards Cromsteel to carry them around. They are far more significantly heavy when you have 4 of them.
Size
Yeah.
of the amount of slavery in this city.
Looks at
The
the
Black
more forged
Dragonborn.
targets.
When was the last time you saw the Black Dragonborn?
Not for a while.
A few months? Couple days?
I really couldn't tell you the last time I seen him. I'm not sure.
So not a couple days.
Go ahead and roll me an insight.
I also roll an insight.
I'm like 100% sure the Black Dragonborn was gone thick.
The plot thickens.
Insight. Fuck.
Alright. Yeah, no. Pretty genuine. He has no clue from when the last time he saw him. The only time he really mentioned seeing him was when the 3 were there and he didn't even get his name.
Yeah, that's why I'm sus.
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 Amogus.
As for the parts, I'd be happy to pay you for them. Obviously, these are Well, slightly damaged, but still refurbishable.
That is your choice, Cromsteel.
Of course, I'd rather none of this happened, but I don't think we alone can stop it happening from this in the city. So I must concede.
Very well then.
This is a larger, deep-seated issue.
Name your price then.
Well, obviously, quite significant damage. If I may have a look to see if the core is still intact.
You may.
So with that, he will take out a Tinkerer's set. As he very quickly goes over the various sections and segments of the body and pulls off the chest plate. And you can see he very carefully pulls out what looks like the equivalent of alchemist fire if it were concentrated into a residium crystal. And
Yikes.
sets that aside. Which is why the other one had such a violent detonation as well.
Just for curiosity, what does my heart look like?
Far more intricate. Obviously, yours was to start a spark of life. It wasn't to steal a spark of life. So yours. So the best describing this is that Yorickson's core still contained the original soul before he became divine of his previous life's body. So basically, the soul of a child was trapped within it. Your core was designed to, instead of steal a soul, to start a soul.
Okay.
So your spark is actually completely unique.
Is that what's happening here? Is this creating souls?
With that, you can roll me an Arcana as you look at the design, because you can very clearly now see a lot of the inner workings and see a part of the Warforged's heart at its core. Especially being more intimate with this yourself, and this is something a lot easier for you to recognize. That's a new heart. Not like yours, where it's a spark, but it's a recently made heart with someone else's soul stolen into it.
Oh,
Holy shit.
wait.
Bruh.
You mean like that was a person before?
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
What the fuck? This is just on a shelf in a public store.
uh-oh.
This man's committing necromancy.
Riot.
Well, at the same time, he says that he did mention that getting new cores is, obviously frowned upon immensely. So he prefers getting old cores if he can.
Yeah.
But obviously there was some questioning onto what he was talking about, especially with Cal. Like, you get the sense he was honest, but there's still something strange of like he doesn't know the name of the Black Dragonborn. He was buying stuff here, and he has a ledger down to the T of even though it's granted a more expensive purchase, seems to have a full record history of all purchases here, or maybe even sales or buys, as far as you can tell.
Who spends like 80,000 gold on a botched assassination attempt like that? Hire a lot better people for that much.
Yeah, you could have hired Ghost.
Ghost probably would have killed you.
I've
Yeah,
not
probably,
heard
actually,
before.
hey.
Yeah. Ghost would have waited till you were asleep.
Yeah.
Or he would have, like, shot you with a poisoned crossbow from across the street.
But actually, you could roll an insight on that once you think about that, especially when Rylax mentions that.
Yeah, if they did any sort of like tailing,
Getting illegal cores?
For a legal course, no. For the fact that they did it broad daylight.
Yeah. If they looked for any sort of information, they would have realized Zircon was traveling with the whole crew.
They could have literally sent one person into the tea shop and been like, "Oh, there's a shit ton of people in here that are armed."
Yeah.
Any basic scouting would have revealed that it was not a good time.
You feel like it was more of a message.
A 40,000 gold message.
Yeah.
That's a solid flex. Send 40,000 gold to try to kill your opponent.
I mean, these are big league, rich motherfuckers. If it is like a rival family.
Oh no, their families, as I figured out, I don't know about them because they're not in my league.
Yeah.
Oh,
They're-
okay.
they're-
Not big league.
They're some of the lesser known families, but I don't know about them because there's so many.
Alright. Apologies, but do not resist. I cast Zone of Truth.
Oh, you cast Zone of Truth on him.
Unfortunately, you three also get hit.
I mean, I'm not resisting. I don't exactly
Isn't that 10
lie.
feet?
It's 15.
Yeah, okay.
15
What's
foot radius.
what's the save?
Charisma 14.
Let's see if I can resist.
Yeah, I don't
mean,
care. I'm not resisting. I don't have any reason to be lying.
Stop resisting. Be funny if he saves, but none of you do. God damn it, guys.
I wasn't resisting anyway. I just wanted to see how it would go.
Damn, I really want to eat some of this bread right now.
I mean, you're not forced to talk. You just can't say a lot.
I know.
Yeah.
You resisted. You said don't resist.
Oh, god damn it.
Yeah. So he kind of looks at you. He's like, "I appreciate your candor, but I am a forge master. I have far too many secrets. And granted, you tell me that this tried to kill you. There's not a scratch on any of you. And you still took the time to bring it here."
That's not true. Like, Relics fell off a roof.
Yeah, I fell off.
I
a
was-
roof, so that we can help down.
I was gonna point to like a scrape on Relax, but I don't think she has skin.
No,
I don't.
it's goo.
So it wouldn't even be noticeable damage.
My clothes are like slightly dented.
Dusty.
Fortunately, due to our experience, we are very prepared to defend ourselves.
And I can respect that as much as I am sure you respect the fact that I need to guard the secrets of my craft. Not everyone can recreate Warforged, never mind half the artifacts I've worked on before.
And I do respect your craft. I merely wish to know that tried to assassinate me. You have at least given me that answer, so I am happy with that.
I would feel more comfortable if I knew you were telling the truth.
Either way, I assure you that I am telling the truth. I run a respectable establishment. I will also, in good faith, even though this is fairly damaged, would still very gladly pay you 1,000 gold for this and the remaining head within your hand.
The head's already in my bag.
The head you stashed away.
He wants the head.
He wants the bits.
Every single part of this thing, obviously, could be refurbished, but you could tell that it's definitely reusable if he's got old, ancient hearts on display.
It's like an 80% reduction just because it's busted.
I mean, to be fair, it won't be working unless he fixes it.
Very busted.
It's like if you brought your PC back to the medieval era. Nobody don't give a shit about it, and they're like, "Oh, your PC's broke. I can't fix that. Who do you think I am?"
I hope that is not too offensive, but obviously, in other people's hands, this is quite literally worthless.
Well, clearly you're You're not fucking us over.
I will trust what you have said. But if I find out that you are not truthful later, I will come back.
I have no worries of that, friend.
Good.
Take the hand out of my bag, like look into its eyes and sigh, and I'll place it on the counter.
Alright. He will go and collect from his private vault the 1,000 gold, obviously.
Oh, while we're here, Cromsteel.
Yes.
I stuck counting out in my hand some platinum. I'll give you 10 platinum.
What is this for?
It's your share of the shit we found in the sea.
Alright then.
It's worth quite a bit.
Thank you.
And obviously we should, you know, share shit that we earn together.
So, as he comes back up, obviously money in hand will set down all platinum for you, 1,000, so 100 platinum. And obviously you can see he immediately writes it down in his various log journal.
Do we get a receipt?
You actually do.
But he didn't ask our names, that's poor business. Or does he only want like one person's name?
I think you can easily put my name down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's hard not to know the name of Zircon Restaurant. But you do see he takes down notes on pretty much everyone there. Seems like a rather paranoid bookkeeping type. So with that, he will very daintily go to separate the sections of where the core is. You can see is still active. It looked like it had been knocked and pried away from the main power source of the body. And he will go to immediately lock it into the display. Which you can see a very particular key on his hip as well. Seems to fit the lock perfectly. But doesn't seem like your average kind of key that most people would keep. Has 5 prongs. Alrighty. So, with that, he will turn back to you, well, Cromsteel and everyone else, as he goes to pick this one up and set him towards the back where the storage area is. He still seems rather chipper in the mood. If there's any other parts that might interest you, I do have other Warforged pieces that I can assist you with.
Welcome back to Pimp My Warforged. Get him some flame decals.
Do you think you could outfit me with a sword arm?
I have a few of those.
That was a joke.
Oh, right. Yes.
I apologize.
So, well, if there's anything else that you would, or, well, your friends would prefer, I do quite a fair share of metalwork as well.
I'm good, thank you.
Of course. if you ever need
If
questions.
that is all. Apologies.
No, it's sorry. I was just going to say, if that is all you need, obviously, always welcome to come back here and ask me any questions.
We appreciate your time.
He will give a deep bow and go to lock up his ledger behind the counter in the small coffer safe.
I return the bow. If we are done here, then he is already going for the door.
Yeah.
As you might understand, this murder house for my kind does not come from me.
Chop shop.
Of course.
It's like a minotaur going into a butcher shop.
Yeah,
I apologize for the oversight.
I do not trust it.
Well, at least gave us some names.
Some
We have
more
something to go on.
leads.
I've got a theory.
What is your theory?
Black Dragonborn that he can't seem to remember the name of, or can't seem to remember the last time he saw him. Could be Gumfek. These could be friends of his that he alerted them about.
It is possible.
What way to find out?
If I really wanted to get the names of the lesser folk who live around here, it's possible I could try to get an audience with the throne.
Well,
Yes, using your background feature.
Yes.
could maybe talk to the guards in the barracks first. Considering I've already got business there.
Yes,
Yeah.
we should report this assassination attempt to the authorities. And Zirkon, I wonder how your mother would feel about the attempt.
No.
Quite negatively. This was one of her warnings to begin with, why she was so adamant leaving.
Quick! To the guard barracks.
I guess we can just come back here later. I didn't want to see if I could find the grove. But we can come back later.
Just want to talk to these guys real quick because I have to go pick up pizza.
Nice.
Dude, nice.
It's pizza.
Pizza Planet.
Pizza, pizza.
On our list of things to do, I'd also like to go buy some plate mail.
Would not be a bad idea.
That's why you didn't share. I see.
What do you mean?
I said that's why you didn't share. I see, because it's expensive as fuck.
Oh, the spyglass and whatever. Yes.
Yeah. That's why I was like, here's your 10 platinum crumb steel. We love sharing.
It,
I also just gave 1,000 to the bank, so I won't have much after the plate mail.
He very.
I
well-
have just enough to buy 300 gold worth of diamonds. So I have one Revivify stored.
Excellent.
I'll have to actually prepare Revivify. Because
You better hide that diamond well in this city, considering how many pickpockets there are.
Actually, fuck it. You guys want to go talk to, look for the grove or whatever you said, and I'll go here alone while I go get pizza.
That could work.
also
I'll be like 5 minutes.
we should sell that armor. So we can stop carrying it around.
Yes.
Well, we're doing
While
all
we do
the
that,
shopping.
buy me new
Sell the
armor.
armor.
Yes.
All right.
I'll be back in like 5:10.
All right. So,
No.
going to search for the grove, Rylax.
Mm-hmm.
It's very easy for you to do so.
Oh, it is.
For the location here, it was as you were passing between the Espada and the Lion's Burrow. You pick up almost just kind of like the very soft hum and song. as you very quickly follow your path, it would be at this section here. Though close to the outer wall, you could tell obviously is to keep it more or less on the hidden side. As you do arrive to this location, you could see that obviously the people going in and out seems more for comfort and peace of mind. A lot of people seem to look a little surprised at you, but kind of brush it off as you enter into the aforementioned grove, which seems like a regular building that's just open wide and has various people tending to others with medicine or some form of magic bested that they can. You are greeted by one of your higher-ups.
I didn't know I had a manager.
You do now.
Well, higher-ups air quote. So, with that, here we are.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
God descends upon us.
I would have brought everybody
Moses.
else with me. I wouldn't have went by myself.
Oh, alright, I'd go with you then.
As he approaches, he gives you a very polite bow, and you can hear the song ever stronger from his presence. Droth, watch
So
over
about
you.
it. And you as well.
I hear you might have a friend accompanying us back to the rest.
Yes, he was unfortunately subjected to a cruel trick by Dragonborn in Aylesbury.
I see. We've been attempting to track that group down, but please, away from prying ears, as he brings you into a much more silent and currently disused healing chamber. You get the very heavy smell of poultice, various oils, and just kind of the softer, more perfumed kind of poultices that they have there to keep things more on the refreshing side and more blissful to relax to. We had received word that it was a dragonborn that was talking about Kala, the, well, forgotten god of Hydros.
Hydrolus?
No, Hydros, the multi-headed serpents.
Oh, Hydra.
Yes. Those would be on the fanatical side. We did follow the beliefs of this one in particular. We unfortunately could not get to him before the rest of the city had promptly chased him out through one of the various ports.
Oh, so he didn't leave himself like the Golden Lady told me.
Well, he did leave of his own volition, but the people were definitely heavy-handed with it. The unfortunate child became delusional with his improper transformation. We did find word, though, that he had... Well... His own brother converted him, as far as we could tell. Though we have not been able to locate him, it seems that his brother has fled the city for the time being.
What did his brother look like?
Well, especially his Gomfik, who's the Black Dragonborn. His brother is a kindred and is Black Dragonborn as well.
Perhaps it's connected. We believe that one of the guard captains from Nailsbury might be connected to them. That he's currently hiding out in a mine east of the city.
Would be wisely cautioned going that direction. There has been a curiosity. We believe that the perversion of our blessing has been coming from a very large ritual site in that area. Obviously, we have stayed our hand from interfering with it, and thankfully many of the farmers and others have stayed their hand from interacting with this, but I would recommend inspecting this site far east of this city, just before the floating mountain ranges.
Oh, there is floating mountains outside.
As for the lady you had mentioned, she is a vexing one to pin down. We have spoken with her before and have gained insight a little bit on the Warmlord, but we feel that it is more in magical prowess, her ability to move, and almost a teleportation gate in a way.
Is she kind of like melted into the floor?
Yes, it's a curious magic, but a powerful one nonetheless. We attempted to try and follow her through, but the very gold itself seemed to have pushed us back even on the smallest scale.
Josh,
Yes.
I've rolled a Legend of Druid.
Oh.
The bot. Go get it quick.
Miranda.
I cannot scroll fast enough for that.
It's only 2 up from the bottom.
There we go. Thank you.
Nice. Okay. You may continue.
The original Silver Dragoon. Anyway. So.
Nice.
As for the other parts, Comfik's majority cult was found and welcomed into Shoth's welcoming embrace and peaceful bliss. We were able to harmonize the chaos in their very hearts.
After he left.
Yes. Though I fear his brother is where he might have been indoctrinated, as he disappeared as fast as Gomfik did.
That is troubling.
At the same time, Zircon, as you're in the same presence of this room, it's very eerie because usually people have organs. He doesn't.
Ew.
Ew.
Though he looks
Just
like
slime.
yes. He feels
Ugh.
just like Relax does.
He's just undulating.
But he looks like man.
He's 10th prestige.
Oh god.
As to the other curiosities that have been happening within the city, thankfully not much else seems to be the matter, though. If there was fleeting, you seem to have found it within Aylesbury, and thankfully have been rid of it, but I fear the remainder of it seems to be heading eastward. Though I would not err for rushing to go find it. It has been some time since his brothers left, and I'm not sure where he would have landed within the many cities eastbound. We have kept eyes out for him.
Do you have any idea what they're doing at the ritual site in the east?
Well, as far as we have been able to discern through the various magics that have been there, a mixture of, well, Shoth's blessing with necromancy and blood.
Oh.
If you do investigate it, I could not recommend more caution than ever before when approaching this site.
Yeah, I didn't tell Droth myself, but Gomfic ended his own life before I could really talk to him.
That is unfortunate. I could see the madness within him was far too gone. It is sad when a soul is lost either way, in such manner.
Yeah.
So, obviously that, he will, especially on the mentioning of that count, he will hold a handout for your company friend.
I will ask them what they want, because that's only fair.
With that, they do look a little bit nervous at that, especially as you do kind of hear their own song from them being a more unique person. But especially in this place, you can tell that it's very calming being in this person's presence. And you know that they all usually, even the Grove, just call themselves usually Droth in the collective.
Yeah.
So, obviously,
Place. Person.
obviously, with a little bit of hesitation, they do go to approach, as this older-looking gentleman does go to kind of embrace them in a little bit of a hug. Obviously, at your own decision, but we will soothe what pains your mind and soul.
I'll check back in. If they still want to come with me, I'll take them with me.
Of course.
Pet, booger, pet, booger, pet.
I assure you, they will be extremely well taken care of.
I had no doubt.
And for many of you, you've seen like how this person, especially with the Ublex form, has to usually restrain themselves. It's very unique in the way that, especially when this older gentleman kind of embraces the Ublex, not even affected by the acid or anything. But obviously, he'll err on the side of caution to be ever vigilant. There are rather seedy and unscrupulous types past the grand farms towards the mountain ranges, and that if you have ever run into a curious solution that seems to be eluding even the grove itself, something that, strangely enough, asks you, do you like the Red Room, to report back immediately.
I will use sending if I'm capable, but I'll probably be close enough by that coming back would probably be better.
So, leaving the grove and leaving your friend behind, obviously in the very capable hands of Shoth.
I'm a bearded lad.
It's very nice to be able to hear the song with such clarity again.
Ah, yeah.
Do I hear this song? What the hell's happening?
For you, you don't.
Oh, okay.
This
It's kind of comforting.
For you, it's just very blissful. For Rylax, it is a wholesomely spiritual connection.
Oh.
Basically, if you did still have the disease of turning into a slime, then you would hear it.
Ooh.
But it seems to be something, strangely enough, not violent or dangerous or kind of consuming, but more of a harmonizing bliss that would wash away any kind of heartache or pain that might be ailing you, or something that worries you, to basically comfort you in the time that you need. Yes, exactly that, Cal. So, obviously able to head back up. Cal, you would arrive at the guard commander's castle. One of the few dragonborn that are outside with one of the larger regiments, you could tell, is one of the head captains there. Fanzich Wookroth. Very wild.
Jesus.
Which is this boy in particular. Highly decorated with very heavy embellishings of silver and crimson. Though his scale
Very cool.
His scale color is white. He does have a flame-tongued sword, but obviously you would have to steal it to find out. But obviously, at your own discretion, which is why he has that.
He's just like outside, or
he is outside, making sure that people are going up through their various regiments, and you can even see that, especially with one of his own kind of emperor's, more of like an imperial seal that's been carved beautifully from soapstone and embellished with gold. You can see that he is responsible for making sure that each soldier regiment is heading to a certain section of the city at a correct amount of time, or organizing to where area they go to.
he looks too important.
He carries himself very heavily in that, but you can see that the other soldiers out front there don't seem to be working from a desk, even though he does have his armor. You can see the much more heavy wooden desk out front that he is obviously signing out papers and everything else from.
I'll just head to like a generic guard and ask if I can speak to like whoever's in charge of issuing wanted posters and stuff, and see who they suggest me to.
Alright. With that, especially getting one of the Vermilion Guard, they would immediately point you. If you're looking to make a wanted poster or to speak on a matter of a bounty, Fanzik would be able to help you with that. And he points over to the very intimidating commander, who's obviously barking out orders, but you could tell that, especially since he is kind of like front line and center, that this is like a little bit of pencil pusher, but also if like an actual emergency, he'd be the first to go.
Fanzik. Alright, thank you. I'll head over. Damn, looks so busy though.
I have gone out in search of Cal.
Alright.
Hello, you, Fanzik?
Yes, what can I help you with, my good man?
Well, I've come from Aylesbury with some business to be sorted out.
We've received information that, obviously there was some matters at Aylesbury. One of our better paladins was set out, but I'm glad to see that some of you have returned safely from that city.
Yes, I'd like to thank you for that, Claren Wardgar, right?
Yes. I assume he got there safe then, and matters are quite handled, hopefully.
Yes, he seems to be helping out quite a bit. We're pretty safe there. I'll pull out my like paperwork that I have and just show him like the writ of like, you know, what did I write? Aylesbury writ, ambassador writ. That's what it's called. And so obviously sent by Aylesbury. I've also got this, and I'll hand him the wanted poster, like original.
Alright.
While we're here, we're looking for this man, and we'd appreciate if you could get some of your guards onto it as well, and also, you know, like legalize the fact that we're doing this. We don't want to, you know, capture this guy and then get in trouble with some local guards or anything.
With that, you can see as you were telling him this, he did set out a book of seals to make sure that this was accurate. And he did, in the more recent pages further back that has been added, he does find the Aylesbury seal. So, with that, especially looking at the bounty poster and all that, is this your only poster of this? We could make copies, but obviously I would not want to deprive you of matters that are duly noted. And at the same time, you can see he's already.
I feel like I would have grabbed a few.
You can see he's already kind of taking out from his writing station what looks like to be kind of almost like a warrant in a way for anything involving this man you would be able to take part in or even lay claim to him. And
this is the original. You can make copies if you want. We've already got a few on us.
Excellent. Is there anyone else that you would need on this warrant for the bounty then?
As far as we know, this is all we've been allowed to request.
Of course.
Is there a price on it?
So the price for Thorcum would be 20,000 gold if alive, 10,000 if dead.
Okay, and considering it's like, it's all official, I assume if he was turned in here, the Dragonborn would have to pay for that, and then Aylesbury would pay the Dragonborn back.
Yes.
It's not like I'd have to be like, here's the 20,000 gold for the reward.
Yeah, but you would need proof of his demise.
Yes. Oh, with that sorted, I've also got another problem.
What would that be?
You've probably heard word of a little fella by the name of Zircon Razdorum wandering around your city.
We have heard tell of that, but I have obviously had to tend to my own matters. Is something happened?
Well, it's been here not even a day, and there's already been an attempt on his life, so... Just wondering if you had some place we could hold up
Do you possibly
while we do our business here.
Do you possibly know where he is right now? Then
He'll be
Me
catching up.
wandering around.
They're taking care of some business while I was doing this.
We're probably like sprinting across your outside view as we try to get to the river.
Well, I mean, I left like 20 minutes before you guys.
Yeah, I'm wandering around trying to find you where I believe the guards were, but again, don't have very long range sight, so I have to keep going to different spots and guessing.
I'll be meeting back up with him soon. But, as I said, I was just wondering if he had a safe place for us to hold up while we do our business here. So we don't have to worry about anything like that.
I did receive notification on if I did see him to point him in the direction of the messenger from the Emperor. Obviously, his escort is awaiting him near the market, but it would not be dismissive to say that obviously he's still searching for him.
Alright. Well, that's all I really had to say. I'll like wait here until he gets the paperwork done for the bounty. And then head back to find Zircon.
Alright.
I assume I've like hit the bridge at this point, and I'm like, now where was I?
Is Zircon alone?
Yes.
Where am I?
Hey, I'm a strong boy. I can look after myself.
The rest of us are sprinting towards the river.
Oh, that's not true. My friend Primeron, Yazida, will
Okay.
probably be with me.
Yeah, she would be escorting you and guiding you towards that. Especially
I
after...
assume
Yep.
I hear like a bunch of commoners whispering like, "Oh my god, did you see Zircon walk this way?"
Oh, he's so dreamy.
Pretty fucking much. Especially with that, as you go to meet up with Cal at the very same time, coming over the bridge with escort, more honorific kind of tabard and all, along with someone at the very front, curious enough, that may or may not bring tension or calmness.
Oh.
I don't like those images.
Yeah, they're the kobold wizards, right?
Hang on, I
That's not the-
recognize the
Those
Dragon
guys are from
Balls.
the ship, right?
These are the
Those guys, yeah.
Those are Vermilion Guard, but they have more royal, obviously, kind of straight to the Imperial throne.
We're here to arrest you.
As for the one up front,
He has a bird.
Hey, wait a minute.
He has a bird.
Wait a minute.
has a bird.
you immediately hear Zircon Rasterin.
Fuck.
It is
That is I.
my honor to present the Emperor's will and invitation to you and your friends to accompany me back to the Vermilion Throne Palace.
I am honored to have this invitation, and I gracefully accept. I just have to find the rest of my companions.
Well, then may I humbly escort you and your friends.
You may. It is a great honor for you to be with me.
Goes to give a very deep bow at that.
As usual, I return the gesture.
So
I chug up to Zircon. Assume you're spotted him pretty easily.
You may call me Delmec.
It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Delmec. I believe the rest of my companions are heading towards the docks. They had some unfinished business with trade, I believe.
Of course. Please,
Oh,
lead
no,
the way.
not the looks like right here.
Oh, in that case, I'm pretty sure Cal and Yazida would say, "Oh yeah, it's just over there," and I go, "Oh, of course."
and just to show you,
Dragon Forged. Oh, nut.
I'm gonna assume this one has rights.
Excuse me, does that bird come with the Dragon Forged package?
uh,
Considering translating, but you know.
it is his familiar.
Okay, good. I'm glad the bird's part of the package. It's a good bird.
So, obviously, the rest of you would come to accompany. You start to see that Purple Yazida is starting to feel very out of her league in this matter after that statement.
She probably never thought she'd even see the inner sections of this city, let alone.
Damn, the Vermilion Throne alone.
Mm-hmm.
Alright. So, obviously, as you're heading back, you do see the fanciful looking steel ship.
Excellent.
Ooh, steel.
We head on over to the ship, where I will inform the rest of the party that this is Delmec. He carries the Vermilion Throne's will, where we have been invited as guests.
This is good, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, good. I was worried I was going to be executed there for a second.
Also, I've already sorted out the business with the guards. We're good to go with the whole Thorcom thing.
Ah, of course. That is good.
May
Oh,
we
by the
finish
way.
our shopping?
I look at Delmec. Do you have a spare 10 to 15 minutes?
We are your escorts for the rest of the day, sir. When you return to the throne, obviously, is where I will be leading you.
Of course. I appreciate.
I love you playing.
Alright, so Leoris, that's Dragonborn over there. That is Raxiel.
See. Okay.
Ow, just walk over. Hello!
Oh, welcome. Are you interested in the iridescent bank?
I don't know what a bank does.
Oh, usually it is on money and loans, but obviously starting a branch division here would take a little bit of time, but obviously, depending on the amount that you invest in, would be a 5% growth on that, obviously, once it's completed on the division here in this region. Obviously, the amount you put in is what you would get 5% on the benefactor of starting it here. And then, obviously, once it's started, the bank can either hold money or loan money, obviously with a interest rate growing on it from the time that it was taken. but there are other options, obviously, down the road once we set that up. We also have kind of increased interest on various trade in gems.
That's what I'm here for. I don't think I have money for your bank, sorry.
The gems part?
Yes, I'm looking for diamonds.
Oh, we have plenty of those. Are you looking for larger, powdered, exotically sized ones?
I don't think it's too important. I just need a certain amount.
Right. Let's see. Please, follow me. I do have a vault on the ship.
Of course. Also, while I remember, I think we wanted to sell some armor. If you're interested. It was adamantine, I think.
Oh, that would be perfect. My mother. Yes. Adamantine is very rare, so obviously it's very desirable, especially family forging.
I see.
So, obviously, we'll welcome you onto the ship for the trade. You do see the splendorous ship, all well done in metal, but on the inside, the very lavish life, and the very curious tree with the blue fruit on it. Obviously, in good memory as well. They forgot to mention the herbs that are still growing all around the base of it.
Of course.
Someone
What
shipped
kind of
them
tree
up.
is it?
This would be the select fruit tree. Well, it's more on the exotic side. I'm definitely more tart if you want to try one.
I would love to.
So, with a little bit of a mage hand, Raxia will pluck one of them and bring him down to you.
Just immediately, like, hold it in both hands, look at it, just take a huge bite.
How does Leoris do with, like, very tart food, like sour?
I don't know. I don't think she'd be particularly used to that kind of thing. But, pretty good, apparently. It's kind of like squished up a bit. It's so good. This is delicious.
Yes, that's why we decided to keep it. It's also one of the original trees that we had in the ship before the remake. Yeah.
So, remake?
He does a little gesture towards the ship. Like, the Elbreth has been crashed and redesigned multiple times. My mother had originally taken the time to reinforce it with metal and make sure that when me and Steno were traveling along with others, that it would be safe.
I heard it can fly. Is that true?
He kind of just same thing, chuckling. We've had to improve the engine, but yes, it can fly. We are planning on leaving later today. Obviously, the amount that we are getting invested in, which is good that you've managed to get in today for, well, you may not, but I assume your friend might have pointed you. Those who are available, obviously, have a last chance before we leave tonight.
I will do my best to come and watch it take off.
It would be quite the spectacle. With that, you can also see what looks like half dragon woman, not dragonborn. Clearly, very different details. As Raxiel kind of, does a quick gesture in her direction. Oh, this is my sister Steno. She does a quick polite wave, goes to Stano. Pleasure to meet you. I'm Sorry, I didn't realize that Raxiel had another customer.
I'm sorry for intruding. My name is Leoris.
Steno Ivanbach. I assume purchasing something or selling something.
Boss, actually.
Oh. Trust me, my brother has definitely got whatever you may be looking for if it's jewel-wise.
It's just diamonds.
He finds those very easily. I just see Roxy, I'll just shh, don't. Trade secret, trade secret.
Easy. Does that mean we can have a discount?
No, no. I'm
No?
so
Even so, my friend even recommended you to me?
I just picture like Leoris with the
He told me so much about your bank. And about how he invested so much money in it.
Oh my god. I just picture Leoris with the really big fucking puppy dog eyes.
Yeah.
And thank you for reminding me of the fruit chick. I forgot, it's so long ago.
I wrote it down.
It's beautiful.
Because Velas planted one of those at his temple.
So, with that, roll me persuasion.
Persuasion.
Maybe a little discount.
Thank you so much. You're the best.
And as he does lead you to where he keeps the vault, obviously opening up a very heavy metal lined vault. As he takes out these racks and racks of various gems, and then kind of opens up the various boxing layers. As you see, looks like sapphires, rubies, garnets, spinels, tiger's eyes, and such. Finally gets to diamonds right at the very bottom. And sets them out. You can see, obviously, some that look like small bags that would be for the powdered diamonds. Others that are set out varying sizes of diamonds. Some that look like 70 to 100 or in between. Definitely clearly spelled components. Not carved yet, but could be. But still rough-hewn and fresh from the very earth itself, from the looks of it. And then you see the ones that you're particularly looking for, like 120, 100, and all that.
Yes, these smaller ones will do. So the value just has to add up to about 300.
Alright, good. Let's see. So you're looking just for one amount of 300?
Total 300. The spell Revivify specifies diamonds, plural.
Yes. Well, that's what I'm asking. Like, just
So,
enough for 300 gold, I assume.
yeah, enough for 300 gold.
All right. So he'll very happily, choose out the ones that total up to 300 gold. As he sets them down, you can tell that even though they're still rough from where they have originally terminated from their placement, you can tell that these are immaculate. Like, you would have to go very far down for some of these gems.
Where did he get them?
So you must have quite the connections.
It's almost like I can just sniff them out.
Can you sniff them out?
Sometimes.
That is remarkable.
More or less can sense them.
Hang on. My friend is outside. He's like all rocky and has like some gem-looking things on his head. Can you sense him?
Is that why I could tell that thing was moving around?
Yeah. It's my friend Zircon. You should go say hello. We'll be really weirded out.
Gonna steal me.
My diamond.
This is mine now.
Tell Zircon to do it.
Kidnaps Zarkon and flies away with him. No! And it's
Can't have it. Once again, Raxiel gonna steal something that's part of my body and piss me off.
Well, in this campaign, that's a lot fucking harder.
And you'll get beat up and like your horn will get broken from a fight and you'll just run in and take it.
Just
Out
see.
of nowhere, he's been stalking me the whole game for that.
Shows up, takes it, runs away.
Obviously, the cost of that, I would be willing to bump that down to only 260 gold, but obviously, mark that off from the element chain, I would imagine, that you're trading.
Right, yes. How much was that?
I was going to offer 1,000 since it's the chain.
Makes sense. How about what if I give you the chain and you just give me however much that is minus the diamonds? And
This is hard.
that way I don't have to give you money so you can give me money.
I can do that for you.
Okay. I really hope someone else is paying attention because I have 6 intelligence and can't do this.
Yes, I'm behind you and I say 740.
I mean, did you invite me to come with you, or did you just sprint onto the boat by yourself?
I mean, you'd be welcome.
I followed.
The
Yeah,
passion.
I guess I'd come, since one of you guys carried me here.
At the same time, hilarious enough, I still remember that the fruit was tart, because passion fruit is very sour still.
Yep.
Well played.
That tree was also very rude until Wrath talked to it. It gave him a spook.
I still love the fucking herbs screaming at you.
Yeah, it was the
Yeah.
herbs that screamed it.
Oh my
Fucking
God,
Christ.
And I unlearned to speak with it plants and
Never did it again.
Cursed.
Nothing could shake Talrath, but the screaming herbs, they were too much. To this day, I will not put garlic on my food. I can still hear their screams.
So, obviously, Raxiel will be a man of his word, or a dragon of his word. Hand over the 740. And with that, he will. You sure you don't want to invest a little bit of that with the bank? Obviously, being longer lived yourself, along with your friend, would benefit you greatly for the 5% interest.
I'll look at Chrome Steel and just be like,
Do you think we should? I mean, it's not the armor wasn't exactly mine, so I'm not comfortable spending the money from it without consulting the others.
I gave Raxiel 1,000 gold pieces. In 1 year, Raxiel will owe me 1,050 gold pieces. I will have made a 50 gold profit.
And a continuing net profit after that.
I only did so because I believe I will be here in Stranalis for a very long time. Do you think you will be?
I suppose I do have quite a very long time.
Your lifespan is quite long.
That is true.
You do need to start planning for your retirement.
Have you looked at any nearby retirement homes?
I would ask, do you think the money that you have currently, you will need it soon for anything?
This much is far beyond anything I've ever had to handle, so probably not. Okay. Rexiel, I would like to give you the money.
Why?
Perfect. Another investor right on the day before. Even better. Is it the full 740?
I'll take it a step further and put some of my own money in.
Oh,
Amazing.
Hang on. Let's see.
You're donating to me, even though I'm rich.
I'm gonna make it a flat 1,000, so I'm even with Crom.
Are you challenging me?
Both of them go broke overnight.
I love it.
48, 6,
It's so
Alright.
good.
900.
I'm never splitting gold again.
Yeah, Rylax is watching this, just like, I gave you guys that adamantine chain to sell, and now you're just giving the money to a bank for some reason.
I mean, you're here. I asked. You could have stopped me.
And I said something, and you fucking ignored me.
I think we're making a great investment. This is only profit.
I'm the smartest person here. I'm being ignored.
Look, to be honest, the only thing I heard you say was really, and that was when I said I would do it.
Hey, Zircon is rich, right? Go get him. We're doing best.
You just want me to put like 1,000 platinum in? Yeah, sure. Let me go raid the family treasury.
Stonks.
Just write an IOU, right?
Yeah. Joking aside, while I'm here, Rexiel, do you think I could purchase plate mail from you? Is that something you have?
Oh, I have plenty of works for my mother that would fit probably very nicely.
Yes, nail the plates onto my body.
That would take a little bit of work, but I'm familiar with it. Merger can help.
I am joking. Wait, what?
Yes, you can, Cal. And, there is another Warforge that is quite used to having to assist on putting on plates or removing them.
If you could outfit it to me right now quickly, that would be very convenient.
I'll go tell the Merger to make his, well, to stoke the furnace of the engine a little bit. Obviously, that is temporary forge.
Very well. I wish to trade in the splint armor I am currently wearing, as well as what if the gold difference is.
Leora?
Splint and plate armor, if I recall, is
1,500.
it's chunky monkey stuff. And then plate trading on splint.
This dude got a real book. God damn.
Of course I do. I always have my player handbook.
What a good DM.
So splint would be 200 gold off of the plate. So that would make it 1,300 gold there. And what else?
Nope, that's it. I'll just pay 1,300 gold.
Alright, and then you would have plate mail with the tree symbol of the Ironbark family.
I like that he uses the tree.
Of course.
Yeah, I think I would recognize that.
Well, I just mean because Millie made a new mark when she became, like halfway through the campaign.
Right?
He
Right.
stopped using the tree, so I like that he's still using the family tree.
Of course.
Alright, double checking then. Do I recognize the
Nice.
tree?
Roll me history. Because, like how Rossi said, would have. It seems familiar. You've seen it in reference to the past, but not nothing that speaks volumes to you immediately, because obviously not in current use. This is something from a little bit older, before you were fully activated.
Yeah. Curious. Oh, and then I get to go in the furnace with Merger.
It's true. Which you would definitely recognize Merger.
Oh, hey, man.
So especially with Merger, he looks a little bit surprised, because especially recognizing your design there.
How did you make it to these lands?
The long way. I sailed.
That is quite painful, but let's get you better fitted then.
I must say, I was not expecting to see you here.
Somebody had to make sure that the engine didn't kill itself.
Of course.
Because I want to.
At the same time, I am here to help Rexia and Steno be kept on track on request.
Where will this ship be traveling to after you leave Creekmont?
Well, Captain Raxiel would be heading further eastbound, if I recall, on well afterward. Even further from beyond there, from what the maps have told us, possibly the bridge traveling further to Zaka and Zrossen, and then possibly to Groshbon, but we will see. He plans to make a full circling of the continent.
Good to know. Alright, plate me up.
Alright, so obviously, as it seems weird, but kind of like the crystal formations come from his own plated body, as he kind of takes the various pieces of plate mail and starts obviously decking you fully out, appropriately affixing them to the correct areas. And if something seems almost like it wouldn't fit at a moment, he takes a moment to kind of either dome it out or correct the positioning of it, where it sits perfectly on your body. You can tell that he is very used to quick and finite work like this. And every time he kind of sets the plate anchors to your body, the crystals that he does form from his own body. Obviously, you had heard about it before, but did not realize that, especially for his older design, almost kind of like a quick TIG welding form for being able to anchor or repair in emergencies.
I use this opportunity to small talk and see if Mojo knows anything about the Soul Forged.
Soul Forged. Is that another group here, or? Oh,
It is a cult that I discovered in Stranalis.
I see. We've only recently arrived in Creekmont. We came from the north first, heading on Aylesburn. Obviously, we were warned of not going to visit the dwarven cities. Actually, I was excited at first, but very quickly saddened after finding out some of the issues going on there.
Yes, we have also discovered that they don't take kindly to Dragonborn.
Yes. And with the daughter of, well, million amongst us, we weren't really about to take that risk.
Understandable. Now, just so that you are aware, you should probably avoid the Soul Crushed. And I show him the amulet that I have with the emblem.
Quite disturbing.
Indeed.
Now, obviously you still have a great amount of work ahead of you. I know the Iron Father watches over you immensely.
He watches over all of us.
In the light of the Freeforged.
So, obviously, as you have these nice, pleasant exchanges and all that, Raxiel will definitely not turn down. He'll be more than happy to allow you to paint him. You could see that Steno is just kind of rolling her eyes at her brother being as eccentric as ever.
Do you want one as well? I can do both.
It's a curious sight, but you kind of see Steno's face darken for a moment, and it's almost unnerving a little bit at first, but then you realize it's almost kind of like her blushing in a way. And so she'll go to join her brother for the pose.
Perfect. Okay. Keep painting.
All right.
Just like start with doing like a small sketch in my book, and then copying that onto like a slightly larger canvas.
All right. So, painting all that down. Cal, you are taking the moment to visit the market and purchase a monk staff that would be of magic.
Well, I want to sell those potions first. Because I probably won't be able to afford a magic item.
Alrighty. Let me double check the price on those for you, my good man.
Yep.
It went from possibly cursed to immediately the most wholesome shit in the world. So selling those two potions, you'd be able to get 500 gold total.
Oof. I'll take it.
Pretty good.
All right. And then, obviously, Leoris, you see Chrome Steel coming down as you're finishing, because obviously both would take a good amount of time. You can see that Yazida is kind of just taking in kind of the more of the passion fruit tree as well as the beautiful garden and all that, kind of almost dumbfounded herself that she's never seen a ship this luxuriously dressed, but also so well armored on the outside. And as you approach Crumsteel, you could see that the colors themselves, not even just proverbially of the literally dancing of the beautiful flowing colors, because Raxiel has the same kind of aqueous clothing, the aquean silk from Phaenaquia that flows naturally, giving the colors more vibrance, so it's kind of like that iridescent shimmering rainbow that's constantly flowing over him. And the soft glow of his, his sister's pyroclast kind of half-dragon side that's constantly emanating heat, but still has this beautiful faint embering shimmer, and is a nice clash between the two of them as it softens the tones while brightening her own and kind of bringing color to both of them. And you can see the painting itself, these colors dance quite literally across the page.
You are very good at this, Leoris.
Thank you. I've had a lot of time to practice.
So, obviously, after the beautiful painting is well done, you have an immaculate painting of Raxiel and Steho Ironbark.
Okay. I immediately step over and go, "This is for you."
You can tell both of them are just kind of very dumbstruck at how perfect, but also the fact that you have this immaculate paint that literally shimmers and dances with life on its own. Yeah, poor Zircon. I wish I could see holding a luck dagger. It's like, dude, oh my god, I can only imagine how fucking mind-blowing that would be for Zircon.
That would be absolutely insane, keeping my senses and also then getting the ability to actually see. I'd just be happy to see things like the sun.
After you've
Just get a familiar, dude.
Let's get a what?
Get a familiar.
familiar.
Size. You summon something and your summon's blind too.
So,
You see someone like a bat.
Sad mo-
Raxiel and Steno, thank you. It's absolutely amazing. I'm sure we couldn't at least pay you for this.
Oh, I mean, if you want to. No one's ever paid me for this before.
Oh, I know it would make up a good difference for this. He'll go back over to the vault that's currently still open. And he'll grab you another 300 gold worth of gems.
Oh my god.
Just random gems this time?
No, all diamonds.
Okay.
As obviously, he could very easily tell that you're a cleric from what you've done.
Thank you so much. I think this will be very useful.
With that, he'll kind of like shoulder bumps down, like, see? I told you people could be just as fun as the wild adventurers from before.
I don't want Raxiel to see me, in all honesty. He'll have a field trip.
I mean, I did already tell him about you.
He did mention sensing you.
Can see you. You are his favorite terrain.
Oh dear. I just remembered there was this man outside who wanted to take us to this throne or something.
Oh yes, we need to go.
It seems super important. We should probably go.
Yeah, probably, good. I hope they're not angry with you.
I hope not. We did end up taking a bit longer than I thought.
May we meet again, Rexiel, instead of...
I mean, we'll have to get your interest.
Oh, trust me, I'll get that line here built up right away.
Alright. Let us go.
See you again. Can't wait to see it take off.
Bye bye. No, which he's like, he looks down at you. They're kind of like, yeah. No wonder why I could sense you. You're literally made of all of it.
Oh, hello there.
You can tell he's like a little thrown off by you being blind, but you can still pick up on where he is. Rexiel, and obviously, I won't keep you. You've been waiting a good portion of time.
It is all fine. Pleasure to meet you.
Pleasure's mine. Oh, sorry, Rexiel Ironbark.
Ah, Zircon Razdarim.
Obviously, broker and main proprietor of the Iridescent Bank, originally stationed out of Nutchester, near the Forge Mountains.
Ah. Maybe my family might have dealings with you. I'm not sure. They haven't mentioned you before.
You can see he thinks for a moment. He's like, Razdarim? That, I did speak with a few people. I was actually hoping to meet your family over in Zonwell. Might see you there.
Oh boy.
Then it would be a pleasure to see you.
Alright.
Wait, if we're going to the same place, maybe we can ask him for a lift.
If we are able to be finished with our business by tonight, that is when Rexiel said they were leaving. But I do not believe we will make it in time.
I have bad news on that front.
That's
Yes,
a
I
shame.
thought as much.
That can wait till after our audience with the Emperor, was it?
Yes.
Very well.
Oh well. May our paths cross again then, Rexia.
Hopefully sooner than later.
Of course. Safe travels to you.
With that, he will wave quite wide, just the full arm. I'll see you all later. And you can tell as soon as he goes to heel turn, it's almost like he was about to go for a four-leg run, but then quickly catches himself and goes for walking up the gangplank, the two-leg walk. And Steno will just kind of wave to the rest of you like, be safe.
You too.
I wonder if they were a cat in their past life.
Hmm.
You saw that too?
I will tell you in a few minutes. Let us walk.
Oh, alright.
So Delmic will appropriately lead you towards one of the main gates.
We grab our orc friend on the way.
Nistri.
Yes.
Also Cal, who is buying some stuff. So you'll be
Oh
able,
yes, and go.
be able to find them as you start to get led towards the Rosebell Farthing district of the Nobles Quarter.
As we are on our walk, I will whisper to everyone, most of the individuals on that ship are legendary heroes from Lastrana.
Cool.
What are they doing here then?
You mean that investment banker was actually a legendary hero?
So what,
Yes.
he's like super famous?
Yes, and it's also gonna triple your money.
Raxiel specifically fought alongside Ironstride, the Iron Father,
Oh my god.
in his mortal days. Raxiel is not a dragonborn. He is inherently a fairy dragon.
That explains the running thing.
Yes.
Oh, do they have 4 legs?
It is a variant of dragon.
I don't know, since fairy, I thought maybe it'd like be like a tiny dragonborn, you know, like a pixie.
I am told that he looked similar to a large butterfly with very beautiful wings.
That's a shame. Sounds like it would have been lovely to paint.
You have very interesting allies.
Ostrana is a very different place to Stranalis.
So it would seem.
Here, Primer and Izida Kanjana. I really like his clothing. It was not like anything I've seen before.
It did have an appearance of foreign elegance, yes.
It was like super colorful.
Was it?
Yeah, I'm telling you because, you know, I know you wouldn't have noticed.
Raxiel's disguise is ambitious.
Right. The remainder of our escort mission, I just make small talk with Delmec.
Sure.
Small chalk.
I try to make small
An
talk with
earth
it.
joke.
What? Wait, what'd you say?
That was
And you said you were making small chalk.
Look,
It was completely accidental.
Small chocolate is all I heard, and it's the most beautiful thing ever.
no, I love Nick said that's an earth joke.
small chalk.
Oh, God.
And because I'm sure that Leoros would love to listen, and whoever else wants to listen, on the way there I tell them a story of how Miller and the legendary wizard would ride Raxiel into battle.
Wow, are they really big enough? You said they were like a butterfly.
Yes, it's very big.
Oh, really big butterfly. I guess Millerin could have just been tiny.
Yeah, what? Well, but they said that she's their mother, right? You know, I didn't want to say it to them because I thought it might be rude. But for siblings, they don't look alike at all.
I believe Raxiel was adopted.
Oh.
You know, you could just go over and adopt dragons. The next time I see some eggs, well, I guess if I ever do, I'll have to go adopt one.
Hence the name Raxiel Ironbark. However, Steno Ironbark is something new to me. I was not aware of that.
Okay, Josh. Is it even possible for me to roll a history check?
Not in the slightest. This is not
Do I
your
know a
continent's
lot of
history.
sailors?
Nope.
Okay. Yeah, I just think fucking Cromstill's talking out of his ass. This
Yeah.
is all
Okay.
bullshit.
Roll an insight check.
On Southern Africa.
I don't need to. I know this is all bullshit.
With that, I think, especially as you're being escorted, and obviously Zircon, you're having brief intervals with Namek. He will obviously answer any questions you do have between the Emperor and all that, and he even tells you that the Emperor and his wife are excited to have one of the legendary Razarim family within the walls of the Vermilion Throne.
It is an honor myself to be invited.
But I believe that is a good space to leave off on, as it is 5 o'clock at this point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
3 more hours.
I'm gonna have to ask you to shove off.
But how do you like that surprise there?
Come.
Yep.
I was actually like so mad at Luke the first time around when I messaged him and he was like, "Nah, just wait there."
They're like, nah, fuck off. We got.
I was like, "I want to meet him."
No.
Lyris doesn't know these people. They'd just be strangers.
Exactly. So I couldn't go meet him because you said to just stay there. I was like, okay, I guess I have to stay here then.
Yeah, come have tea with the boys.
Fucking Luke, I've only just looked at that picture of everything the light touches is our kingdom, and I'm just, what?
Alright. Let me grab you XP.
Woo! I successfully avoided being assassinated. I'm absolutely shocked they only ever got one fucking hit that would have hit me, and I plinked it away with a rock, and he never got another chance.
He was so fucking embarrassed. He got the drop on a blind man and failed to land it.
It was so good.
Oh, the fart just came through.
Oh, what?
Are you serious?
Yeah, it's just activated. What the fuck? Oh, it's KJ.
No, KJ just did one. That was that was
Okay.
Nostalgia.
Oh, yeah.
You got to
Did
see
I connect
Raxiel, KJ. The feels.
Oh my god, so many feels.
Do I have a list somewhere of people I could, of people I know that I can send in, or am I just going out of this book I have?
List of sending
Okay, I
victims.
definitely didn't write down a list of people I've met, so it's just gonna be people I have in the book now.
I've so far been listing pretty much everyone I've met, starting all the way back at Shally.
And now instant message the dragon. New feature unlocked.
How do you like the
Shall
Dragon
we?
Forge?
Oh, that was sick.
I looked
That
at
was
the image
very
and I was like, wow, that's some, like, really well-defined arm. Wait a minute. There's wood in those middle bits. Oh no.
I'm not sure how upset you can be about this one. He's like captain of the guard for the royal family. He's probably got more freedom than you do.
Okay, the last time we saw a Warforged in position of power, bad things happened.
I mean, that was the dictator, though.
I don't know, maybe the city's in a dictatorship. We shall
Yeah,
find
as you
out when we talk to whoever summoned us with their authority.
He reaches into your bag and pulls out your soul-forging hammer.
No! They don't know that's there.
He can sense it. He's soul-forged.
Then he dies.
Jesus.
And he uses it on himself to become Iron Strike.
Junior.
My son. We've had the Iron Stride name drop, we've had the Miller name drop, who's next?
Loads of people.
Hehe.
I can't wait for Telrath to show up somewhere.
The palace. Yeah,
I'm worried he'll murder somebody in the party.
You just kill one of us. Alright, give me all your gems.
You know, he reverted back just being a dickhead.
He just started doing piracy again, which, you know, as basically like family. Unstride wasn't gonna stop you.
Do you think he and Bradimir were allies or rivals?
Didn't you work with him for a bit?
No.
No.
Split off with the Karth and just my own thing.
Yeah, but I thought you guys wanted to do piracy at the end, like be a pirate
Yeah,
couple.
we both, yeah, Bradimir and Pirate. Bradimir and Telrath both became pirates, but we weren't on the same ship.
Ah, okay.
I mean, you
But,
could
like-
have another ship. It could be under my management. It's okay.
You have a whole ass fleet.
I'm just wondering if we like passed by each other, we would just wave.
You just fuck each other up.
Wouldn't
see,
attack
just
each other. That'd be too much.
Just by the way, the reason why I was trying to remember Scrat's name before was because I was just thinking to myself, like, I really want to just talk to Scrat again, but then accidentally make everything even worse for Zircon.
Oh, right.
Like, hi Scrat, we're in Creek mode now.
We survived the
Some
assassination.
assassins attacked Zircon, but we're okay.
He fended them off pretty well. No, you forget to mention that part. You just forget that part altogether.
No, you say, but I'm okay.
I'm alright.
But they're okay.
Everything's fine.
What about Zircon? Oh yeah, no, they didn't touch us.
Oh, no, you don't
You were
get to
really
that part.
bad.
No, you get to the part where it says, "Oh no, Zircon, he's," and you've run out of words.
Oh no. I can't believe those assassins made Royalex have a boo-boo.
I feel like if you act,
Yeah, I jumped off the roof after the fight was done.
I don't know if you should tell Scrat that, because I feel like either my mom or my dad will come to kick the shit out of literally anyone nearby.
Your dad's just like a 20th level monk. He's like, oh no, Josh is still streaming. I was about to say something pretty colorful.
Alright, I think I'll turn off the stream now. Thank you for tuning in, ladies and gentlemen.
That was pretty good.